At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the San Diego Padres. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Heineken. Open your world. By StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the New York Mets. By Cadillac. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And by Verizon, don't miss a moment of Mets baseball on the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network, only from Verizon. Well, you might have noted we're coming to you a little bit earlier today. Well, the Mets do this twice every summer. It's Camp Day, a chance for the day campers to come on out to a ball game and get back in time for dismissal. All sorts of kids gathering at the ballpark today. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling with you today as the Mets play the rubber game of their three-game series against the San Diego Padres. By now, I'm sure you know about the deal that fell through last night. The Mets were supposed to obtain Carlos Gomez in exchange for Wilmer Flores and Zach Wheeler. The deal did not go through. It is still a source of much contention as to why the deal did not go through. But today, the Mets are left to deal with the fallout after Wilmer Flores' emotional response last night. What do the Mets have to do now to get themselves back headed in the right direction?
Well, that's a great question, Gary. I think as the manager, Terry Collins, he's got to deal with all the different personalities. We're talking about a guy, Wilmer Flores, who became quite emotional in last night's game, thinking he was going to leave the only organization he's ever been with his entire career. That was emotional for him. He's got to address that. Flores is not in the lineup. Juan Lagares would have been a big part of that because Gomez would have come and played center field. Lagares would have been resorted to what he is now, and that's an 8th or 9th inning guy. And at some point, someone's got to call Atlanta and let Zach Wheeler, who's been traded once already in his career, that he's still a Met.
What's the role of the veteran leadership in the clubhouse as far as making everybody feel like they're still on the same page?
Well, I think it's huge. I think Michael Kadire and David Wright have been great from day one. I say Kadire first because he's been here all season long. And that is that you go around, you pump each other up. Said, yes, we want you in this clubhouse. You're going to help us. You're going to get a huge hit for us at some point and make everyone feel welcome. Hey, listen, we didn't get another piece, but that's all right. We think we're good enough with the guys in the clubhouse.
On the mound for the Mets this afternoon is John Neese. Had a bump in the road his last time out, an understandable one, but he had been pitching great ball leading up to that last start.
You know, going into that start, he had the feel as though he wanted to go out there and pitch one for his newborn. It didn't work out, but before that, he had 8 consecutive quality starts, pitching his best season.
And for the Padres, yet another player who might be on the trading block in the next 24 hours, the hard-throwing Andrew Cashner.
The Padres might make a half a dozen deals in the next 24 hours. Cashner is a guy who's been traded in his career. He's a hard thrower. He doesn't swing and miss a lot of the bats. But the thing about Cashner is that he's coming off a tough start against the Mets earlier this season.
So it's the Mets and Padres rubber game of 3 at Citi Field. Mets begin the day 2 games out of first place. All the action coming your way this afternoon right here on SNY. to you by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. Speak with James Finaro and Bethpage or Stephen Principe in East Meadow today. By Wise Snacks, go to windupandwin.com now for your chance to win Wise Snacks, Mets experiences, and other amazing prizes. And by Land Rover, above and beyond. Time for the Coldwell Banker home field advantage. Best home winning percentage this year. Well, the Mets have the third best. We're tied for the second best in the major leagues behind the St. Louis Cardinals, 35-17. And that brings us to your home run leaders in the National League in the month of July. Only Lucas Duda, only behind Carlos Gonzalez in the National League with his 6 home runs in the last 4 games. That's presented by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Enter promo code NYM for free entry. Mets trying to take the rubber match with John Neese on the mound. His first pitch is coming right up. Roll before his waiting for the baby start. His last time out against the Dodgers. We'll see if he can shake that off this afternoon. Here's the Padres lineup he will face today. Derek Norris will get the start at first base. Melvin Upton Jr. in the lineup for the first time in the series, as is Clint Barmas, as Pat Murphy, the interim manager of the Padres, gets an all right-hand hitting lineup in there against Neese.
Well, this is one of his favorite organizations to pitch against. As you see the cheap numbers for Jonathan Neese. ERA on his career 2.04 against the Padres.
Melvin Upton Jr. leads off. First pitch by Neese is a cutter in for a strike, and we're underway. Melvin, formerly BJ, just 79 at bats, missed the first 2+ months of the season with a foot injury. This is just his 21st start. A ball and a strike to Upton. Derek Norris and Matt Kemp to follow against Neese, who in the 8 starts prior to that last one against LA had a 2.28 ERA. He had really kicked his season into gear.
You know what was interesting, Gary, in his last start, obviously distracted. He really went after all the hitters with just the same speed, the fastball. Those 8 starts prior, he mixed it up. Change-ups, sinkers, cutters. a little bit of everything. That had to be not ammonia tablets. What's the thing that you split?
Smelling salts?
Smelling salts. Because they just got Pat Murphy, the manager, woke him up for a 12-10 start.
Sometimes you need a little extra boost for a day game. Upton goes down swinging, and he stands the first man to face him.
Just a little sinking fastball from Nice. I take that back. I think that was a cutter that just stayed down. And Upton, who has just been a disaster, his free agent contract.
3rd year since he signed that 5-year, $72 million deal, and it's just all gone wrong. Here's Derek Norris getting a start at first base today, normally a catcher. Norris 0 for 3 in this series, hitting just .227 after a fast start to his year with San Diego. And he keeps it away from him, ball 1.
High ball hitter. All you got to do is keep the ball down on Norris. Not all you have to do, but his power is from the belt up.
Well, John's pitching for the first time since the birth of Tatum Jeffrey Nice, who was born during the game after John came out of the game last Friday. Witnessed the birth via FaceTime. It's been a big week for discussing new technology and players affected by emotions during games.
Yeah.
Takes a strike, 3-1.
Interesting choice of names. I thought maybe John was watching Bad News Bears when they decided not in that name. I lived right next door to Tatum O'Neal for a long time, and I always think of that as a girl's name, not a boy's name, but cool name nonetheless.
Slowly hit. They'll never throw him out, will they? Nice tries it and can't get it. Just some bad luck for Nice. A little dribbler by Norris for an infield hit.
Well, he did everything you're supposed to do with the bare hand, and because he was leaning backwards, could not get enough on the throw to get Norris, who's not swift, but swift enough. Nothing Uribe. He's not going to make that play. Only John has a chance. Left-handed had even a better chance, but again, not enough on the throw.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Matt Kemp, who's 1 for 7 in this series. Kemp came into this series on a July resurgence, but the Mets have held him in check. And Nice finds the outside corner, 0-1. Kemp 11 home runs, 55 driven in. One of the major pieces added by A.J. Preller in the offseason. Traded by the Dodgers, now in his 4th year of an 8-year, $160 million deal. Dodgers got Yasmani Grandal in that deal. It's worked out very well for them. Line to short, and Tejada able to snag it, throw back to first, and Norris just got back. Duda came off the bag, tried to put some tag on Norris. Not sure why Duda came off the bag.
Well, maybe he thought the throw was awry, but watch it. I think he tags him before he gets to the base. It hit him right in the shoulder.
So the Mets might challenge that. Terry Collins up on the top step.
You got to challenge that. It hit the ball as he caught it, hit Norris right in the back of the right shoulder. Boom, boom.
Glove, ball, and
shoulder
all at the same time. And boy, the Mets are not challenging that. Certainly looked as though there was every chance that Norris was out.
With Justin Upton up?
I mean,
well, maybe they thought he caught it, like secured the ball too late that Norris got under it. And by the way, why is Norris not sliding? 12-10 game. That's how it goes, folks.
There's the ball. There's the glove. Well, maybe he did not tag him. Maybe the glove was on him before the ball got there, but not after the ball got there.
I think it's a good no challenge by the Mets. I'll take it back. I was wrong. But Norris has got to be sliding there, and then it's not an issue.
Justin Upton, great career numbers against Nice, 9 for 23. That's a .391 average. Justin hit his 17th home run last night. And the Padres 7-3 win.
I mean, maybe it's Karam's off his back and then right to Duda. Very difficult and good call by the first base umpire.
Lance Barrett made that call. And Upton lifts one to center. Lagares comes in. And that retires the side. So Nice gets through the first inning around an infield hit, and the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the first with no score. Hot dogs. Go big here. Geico Mets starting lineup today. Juan Lagares, who has not started the last 4 games, gets a start today, batting ninth. Kevin Plawecki behind the plate. Travis d'Arnaud is in the clubhouse today. He'll be activated tomorrow. Juan Uribe is second start at third base as the Mets face Andrew Cashner for the second time this year.
Well, on 105 pitches in his last start, see the Toyota numbers against the Marlins, only had 3 swings and misses. This is one of those go left-hander days. He owns the right-handers, but the left-handers give him trouble.
Granderson's reached base in 13 straight games, 0 for 2 with a couple of walks last night. Curtis 2 for 6 in the series. And Cashner finds the outside corner.
You know, in this defense that swung over, you have Clint Barnes, the shortstop, playing on the right side of second base. He's played some second base, so feels comfortable there.
Last time the Mets saw Andrew Cashner, he turned in an historic performance. That was June the 1st in San Diego. There's Ruben Tejada on deck. He went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 11 hits, and struck out 12. Nobody in the history of the game had ever gone fewer than 5 innings and registered double digits in strikeouts and hits allowed. Granderson drives one the other way. Justin Upton going back, and it's over his head. And Granderson pulls into second base with the rare opposite field double. I'm not sure we've seen Granderson hit a ball to that spot in his 2 years as a Met.
Well, I don't think Justin Upton thought it too. He was playing him at Williamsport distance in left field, and Curtis Granderson made him pay by dropping this ball, which is 12 feet, 15 feet short of the warning track, in for a base hit. Change up away, and good job by Granderson waiting on that pitch and driving it over the head of Upton.
19th double of the year for Curtis. So the Mets have a runner at second and nobody out. Ruben Tejada getting the start after sitting last night. He had started 24 straight games at shortstop before Flores got the start last night. Ironically, as it turned out. Ruben trying to push a bunt and misses it. 0-1.
Well, this is what I want to see from the Mets now. You're talking about, what, 61 games left, Gary? You were talking about a team that offensively, you're getting great pitching. You've got to do the little things. So Tejada tried with a bunt there to move the runner along. He naturally can go to that right side. He's got to push something that way to get Granderson over.
And he flares one down the right field line. Over comes Kemp to make the diving catch. Granderson tags and will easily go to third. Nice play by Kemp. Tejada gets the job done. And the Mets have a runner at third with one out.
Well, he was playing Ruben shallow, but still had to dive for that baseball. Good job by Ruben hitting that ball to the right side. That ball is in. Very nice. 2 Gold Gloves for Kemp. That makes a Gold Glove play there. And maybe even better base running by Curtis Granderson, because that ball looked like it was going to drop in. So what do? He finally decides and sees it's caught. But Kemp, since he had to dive for the baseball, it allows Granderson to go to third. Good base running.
Padres are going to bring their infield in the first inning. Daniel Murphy, the batter, and he takes the curveball outside. So Pat Murphy, the San Diego manager, playing aggressively with the infield in. And Murph flies one to center. Melvin Upton over. Granderson tagging. Upton's throw sails wide of the mark, and the Mets have the first run of the game. Murphy with the sacrifice fly drives in his 36th run of the year, and the Mets cash a first inning tally.
That it looks so easy when you watch a team that operates and plays the game right. Situational hitting by Tejada, situational hitting by Murphy. Catch a ball up in the strike zone that you can hit with a little power to the outfield, and the rainbow throw by Upton, ABA style. No chance to get him anyways with the speed of Granderson, but just nice hitting by Tejada and Murphy. Good base running by Granderson.
And now the suddenly raging hot Lucas Duda, who has hit 6 home runs in his last 4 games, including a career high 3 last night. Somebody said before the game today it might have been the most overlooked 3 home run game in baseball history.
You're right.
So much else happened last night. And the Mets lost the game as well.
The weird part of it is it was 3 solo shots, and it's the only offense the Mets mustered.
Well, they had only 5 hits in the game. 3 of them were due to home runs. He now has 18 for the year. And Cashner takes care of him quickly. Hedges makes the toss to first. Side retired, but the Mets execute to tally a first inning run for John Neese. Mets up 1-0.
back in there in center field. Granderson every day. And around the infield, Uribe gets another start with Tejada, Murphy, and Duda, and Plawecki behind the plate with Travis d'Arnaud here. I was going to say Shea Stadium.
Yeah.
Ooh, City Field.
It's only 7 years in. Yeah, Travis caught the last 2 days on rehab. He's ready to go to be activated tomorrow. He'll be in the lineup against the Nationals, and the Mets have a big decision to make as to whether to keep Plawecki around as a backup or send him back down to the minors to play every day.
Well, there's certainly arguments both ways. I know Terry Collins feels as though young players should play every day. The only difference is that I don't know if d'Arnaud is 6 days a week, 5 days a week. He might be 4 and 3, and that would maybe point towards Plawecki, who's hitting the best he has all year.
So Marte bloops one, and Duda grabs it for the first down in the second.
We used to always say on the bench when the opposing team hit a ball like that, go, amazing, grown man hit that ball.
Now Solarte coming off a 4-hit night last night. Makes the first down in the second. Now Jed Jerko, who also had a good night last night, a couple of hits and a walk. Padres pounded out 15 hits last night against Bartolo Colon and company, equaled the most hits in a game against the Mets this season. And Jerko has another hit as he takes one the other way. He's now 5 for 7 in his career against Nice, a 1-out single.
Well, Jerko, as we saw last night, his 2 base hits were on fastballs. That was first pitch fastball. The only time he looked bad was the first at bat against Cologne when he took 3 straight fastballs for a strikeout.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now the rookie catcher Austin Hedges, who had a couple of hits last night, is 22 years old. Hedges making his 18th start for the Padres. Takes the cutter low and in.
I don't know if this kid's going to be able to hit enough, but boy, he looks good behind the plate. The way he frames pitches, and he's got a bullet for an arm.
Saw that last night when he threw out Granderson on a perfect throw. Toward the hole, Tejada, nice backhand play, the jump throw, and he gets the force. Wow! Ruben Tejada. Highlight play.
Well, what he does to get the throw off and enough on it to get the runner, Jerko, is amazing. But even more importantly to me, as Murph stretches like a first baseman, see how much range he got covered on that ball? That was a sure hit off the bat, and only Tejada made the difference. With the backhand, the jump, the footwork, and the throw. Boy, that's ballet-like.
Well, we've been talking about it for a month now, just how well Ruben has played. He is back to being the player that he was in 2012 when he had his best season, and you hope that he can now sustain that. But it's been a revelation watching him play recently.
Well, I think that the maturity he's shown in the last month has been fun to watch, and I think that the third baseman is going to have a lot of influence on him. I think he's going to say, young man, you can make a lot of money in this game. I have. You can too.
Well, perhaps he can be the kind of influence, Uribe, on Tejada that Jose Valentin was on a young Jose Reyes. Valentin in the ballpark tonight. He's the first base coach for the Padres. In 2006, he took Reyes under his wing, and Reyes had his best season.
And so did Valentin. I mean, overlooked them in that year.
Warmis goes down on strikes. Second strikeout for Nice. A hit and 1 left. 1-0 Mets in the second.
The game, we moved forward, fans are some of the best seats in the house.
Early starts. Everybody just kind of waking up.
Jonathan appreciating that play by Tejada. So does Tim Tuffle, infield coach.
Juan Uribe leads off in the home second against Andrew Kashner. Uribe getting his second start for the Mets. Started 22 games with the Dodgers, then 38 with the Braves. So this is his 62nd overall start this year, which sounds about right. He's a 60% of the time kind of starting player at age 36.
So when starting for the Braves, he unseated Chris Johnson. I thought someone sent out that it'd be interesting to the Braves at some point if they had traded Kelly Johnson, Chris Johnson, Jim Johnson.
Well, it looks like Jim Johnson may go in that three-way deal to the Dodgers.
That's right.
If that gets consummated.
There's Kelly. Pro's pro.
So they traded Kelly Johnson. They're about to trade Jim Johnson, and Chris Johnson wants to be traded.
He wants to be traded.
So, they might make everybody happy. Well, got what? About 27 and a half hours till the trading deadline. Uribe lifts one to right. And KEMP one hands it one away.
A lot of new names defensively for the Padres in this 12-10 game. Day game after a night game. Coors Light outfield, Justin Upton in left, Melvin Upton his brother in center, Matt Kemp in right. Infield, Solarte, who's looked great in this series. Clint Varmus gets a start. Jerko and Derek Norris his fourth start at first base. All here with San Diego and Austin Hedges, the great prospect behind the plate.
Speaking of prospects, here's Michael Conforto.
Boy, watching last night's game, he caught at least a half dozen backdoor sliders. It was a real welcome to the big leagues moment for this youngster. Every time they had to make a pitch like that one, they've made it on the corner.
As a consequence, 0 for his last 9 after the fast start since his 4-hit game on Saturday. And he lifts this one to left. Justin Upton looking through the sunglasses, puts it away, 2 down.
Oh, what kind of sky this is, Gary? Hard to see.
It's cloudy, hazy.
Hazy. That's the word.
Might be a little glare. Here's Kevin Plawecki, 1 for 3 in this series. The Nationals also have an early day game today. They're in Miami with Max Scherzer on the mound, and they've got a 1-0 lead on the Marlins in the second on a Ryan Zimmerman home run.
Well, I know the Mets have beat Scherzer a couple times this year. It wasn't really Scherzer they beat. It was the defense of the Nationals they beat. But it's nice to miss him in this series coming up.
They'll get the same trio they got in Washington last week. Gio Gonzalez, Joe Ross, and Jordan Zimmerman in the 3-game series. And the Mets will have Harvey, DeGrom, and Syndergaard, the same as they did in Washington. But it's a different Washington team now. Ryan Zimmerman has been back for 3 games now. Jason Worth's getting a day off today after playing a couple. Anthony Rendon's been back for 3 games. So they've got that big piece of their lineup that was missing back in the fold. Solarte, wide throw off the glove of the inexperienced first baseman Norris, and Plawecki goes to second base. Ronnie mentioned it's only the 4th career start at first base for Derek Norris, and he does not handle the throw from Solarte.
Good mechanics here by Solarte. The sidearm throw, and that's just inexcusable. I mean, at some point you're playing catch here. I don't know really what to say about that. That's can't happen at this level. I don't care. I mean, I'm 55 years old. I catch that ball at first base today.
So an error on Norris, give an assist to the third baseman. He sits the first pitch to short. Varmus throws him out, so no harm for Kashner coming from the Norris error. Still 1-0 Mets.
I tell you,
The #1 app for live baseball. That bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or a tablet. The T-Mobile data strong fan of the game. Photo comes from Nick Latore. That's a nice family picture. All decked out in Met gear. Got the good shades going on. It's camp day here at Citi Field. With all the groups of campers in their distinctive T-shirts all over the ballpark. It's always a fun afternoon. First of 2 camp days.
Now it's camp solidarity for the T-shirt, but also must help in finding the bus later.
It's all about the identification. Andrew Cashner leads off in the 3rd. Cashner 4 hits this year, lifetime 178 hitter. Well, there's a lot of soul searching going on in baseball today after the events that occurred here last night. Some of it on our part, but also in the wider journalistic field, and I would hope amongst the powers that be in baseball as well. I think what happened last night is Cashner goes down looking, caught everybody off guard. A trade that appeared to be a done deal, reported as such on social media, and picked up by not only us but all the fans in the ballpark. Yeah. And it led to some really hurt feelings on the part of Wilmer Flores, who thought he had been traded. And I think there's a lot of stepping back and reassessing how you do things in this day and age where information travels so fast.
Well, when you think about it, I'm a person that was traded 3 times in his career, and there's, boy, a 10 or a dozen things that have to happen before a trade is consummated. And I think in the old days, I remember 35 years ago, I was traded by 2 guys having a drink at a bar, and that's how trades would happen. Certainly that's not like that today, but I think that whether it's general managers, whether it's underlings, whether it's organizations or whatever, the relationship between press and those sources, those folks, I think everyone's going to step back today and say to themselves is that the reporting might be correct, but it's just premature, and that can, as we saw last night, might have such an effect on a deal where it almost kills a deal.
Yeah, I think everybody last night was very quick to condemn social media, but I think that misses the point. The reports that we picked up on, and everybody else did, came from the most credible, most responsible reporters out there. Joel Sherman and then Andy Martino were the first 2 to tweet the news that the deal was, quote, done. Well, it was done pending physicals, but the point is that those guys have fantastic track records at getting it right. Upton goes down looking for the 2nd out. But they don't get it from nowhere. They get the information from somewhere, and generally that somewhere is either the 2 clubs involved in a trade or the agents representing the players who are being traded. And I think that if you're an executive in a major league organization or you're a player agent, you've got to look in the mirror today and think about, what is my motivation for putting out information to a responsible reporter before a deal is completely buttoned up. And I think that in this day and age where information travels as fast as it does, they've got to really think about that and think about whether it's a good idea to give that information to a favored reporter or to hold back and wait until the deal is 100% done.
Yeah, I think a patience is going to be something that is going to have to be used by more and more of executives, agents, whomever is out there as sources for these great reporters that are out there. And that's how it works. You know, they do their work, they work hard to get the news first. That's part of what it is.
That's their job.
That is their job.
The reporters are completely blameless here. They're doing what they're supposed to do. There's a base hit into right field for Derek Norris, and he's 2 for 2.
The only problem, Gary, is that with the 140 character tweet, what ends up, I think, unless you're really a master of your language and of Twitter, is that sometimes you don't put the full thing you're talking about into context. And two simple words, pending physical, ended up being probably the most important words last night that was needed for that trade. And I don't know exactly what happened to kill that trade. We've heard a lot of different things, whether it's a Gomez injury or whatever, physicals, whatever. It doesn't matter. The interesting part about it is that, like I said before, there's a dozen things that have to happen. Last night there was a lot of reporting on like stage number 7. Maybe we need to wait at least till it's between 10 and 12.
John Meese with 3 scoreless innings under his belt. We go to the bottom of the 3rd with the Mets up 1-0. Ninth in the order, getting his first start in the last 5 games. And he takes a breaking ball strike from Andrew Cashner. I thought it was interesting listening to Terry Collins this morning talk about the conversation he had this morning with Wilmer Flores about what happened last night. He said he had not had a conversation with Juan Lagares. I found that interesting because Lagares, if the trade had gone through, certainly would have been the player most affected. They were trying to acquire a star player at his position.
He would have been the player most affected, or would he just stay in the same role that he's in now and just a lesser role? Because you're not going to really take out Gomez for a defensive replacement late in the game. You might put Gomez in left or right field with Lagares in center, but
or the other way around.
Yeah.
Well, what's been interesting the last few days, of course, is that Kirk Nieuwenhuis had a flurry of good games, and so he got some playing time. He's cooled off the last couple of days. Lagares back in there, and you know, we've seen flurries from Nieuwenhuis before. Don't know whether it's going to be something he's able to sustain, and I think that's still a fluid situation, as Terry Collins said leading into this entire stretch. He said, if you hit, you play.
What a concept, the meritocracy. If you're playing well, you get to play.
But clearly, if you bring on Carlos Gomez, you're shunting Lagares to the side, and the Mets clearly were attempting to do that. It didn't work out. Lagares pokes one the other way. Beautiful diving stop by Jerko, and he gets the out.
Well, Jerko caught that ball behind him. Seen him make a couple of nice plays in this series already. Doesn't have a lot of range, but very sure-handed. Reminds me a little bit body style like Dan Uggla a little bit. Short arms, kind of stocky. Doesn't look like a player that would play that position, but fine hands here.
Now Granderson into a fly ball double over Justin Upton's head in left field his first time up, and scored the game's only run. this one up on the infield. And Solarte grabs it, 2 down. Here's today's Verizon trivia question. That's now of 11 3-home run games. Which team has the most 3-home run games by a player? Or I don't understand the question. By a single player?
For one team.
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Could we rephrase? Which team has the most 3-home run games by a player? Or the most 3-home run games for a team?
Okay.
So which team has the most 3-home run games? Okay. Tejada grounds one to Solarte, and we'll try and figure out the question before we come back. And we might try and find an answer.
Glad I'm not using my blue book today.
Job, and will the defense be able to overcome the suspension of their Pro Bowl linemen? The crew weighs in on all the questions surrounding the Jets training camp with the latest straight from Florham Park on Jets Nation Inside Camp Sunday at 7, only on SNY. Justin Upton leads off the 4th, and a good changeup by John Neese to start him off.
Down to his knee again. We saw last night's ball game. Trying to back leg you. Where's Florham Park?
Jersey. Okay. Upton flied to center his first time up, and Neese runs the cutter in on him. 0-2.
Every Jet fan disgusted that I don't know where that is.
Well, they used to practice in Hofstra.
That's right.
For many years, even after they moved operations to Jersey. Neese on a 3-pitch strikeout gets Upton. That's 5 strikeouts for John Neese, who's gotten right back to where he was before the paternity start.
You know, the one thing that Kevin Plawecki does very well with Jonathan Neese is that he moves that fastball around. It's not all cutters in. He moves some fastballs up in the strike zone, sinks some stuff away.
Now Yangervis Solarte. Solarte, a switch hitter, hitting just .210 as a right-hand batter. And only one of his 5 home runs has come from this side of the plate. Pulled down to third, and Uribe cradles it and makes the play 2 down.
Beautiful mechanics there. Difficult to play because it was hit so hard. He was even with the bag. So instead of taking a chance, he just gets down and cradles it right into his body. Nowhere that's going to go. The worst that happens, it bounces off his chest, lands in front of him, he has a play.
You know,
Two
it's
hands.
It's
wow.
so interesting because in recent years we've seen such a tendency for third basemen to backhand balls as opposed to getting in front of the ball and using their body to make sure it stays in front of them, which was the way third base was always taught until very recently.
Well, if you have a young son or daughter who plays third base, the last 2 months, just watch Uribe play.
Ball got loose on the field, so a brief delay. Hedges retrieves it.
I remember when I did the Nationals in '05, Vinny Castillo was their third baseman, and he always used to say to me, "Ron, I can pick it. Well, Uribe can pick it."
Curveball from Neeson for a strike. Well, he was a former shortstop. Well, it's Midtown Manhattan on a murky day. Looks like we got some rain coming. He's got his cutter working today. 1 and 2.
He's working quickly. He's throwing strikes. Nice to see. With a purpose, John Neese today.
Has the extra day rest, which always seems to work for him. Gets the curveball over strike 3 call. There's a dominant inning for Neese. 6 strikeouts in the first 4 innings for John Neese. Lucas Duda's on a home run tear right now. Duda do it, turn it back when the Mets come up in the bottom of the 4th. It's got their slugger going. Home 4th inning. Daniel Murphy, who has the only RBI today, sacrifice fly in the first inning, leads off for the Mets. Duda and Uribe to follow against Andrew Kachner, who gets the curveball over for a strike. 1-1. Consulting with Mike Everett, making sure he knows exactly where that strike is.
He's on a first name basis with all the umpires.
Inside 2-1.
I'd like to hear James Hoy, right? You hear him? That ball's inside. Letting everybody know. Got the home plate umpire wrong. Who is it, Gary?
It's Mike Everett.
It's weak by me. Sorry, Mike.
Hoy was on the crew when the series started, when you were here the other night.
Weak.
2-2 coming. And Murphy slashes one to left for a base hit. Upton quickly over to the line to get it. And Murphy settles for a leadoff single. And that's second hit of the day.
Well, it's a pitcher's mistake here, and this is why I'll tell you. Well, I'm going to bring it back. I thought it was a pitcher's mistake. I thought he was coming inside with the fastball. Instead, he pitched him away. Can't pitch him away with that defensive alignment.
So Murphy with a leadoff hit, and as a light rain begins to fall, Lucas Duda steps in. Duda struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. We mentioned earlier that Duda's hit 6 home runs in his last 4 games. That's only been accomplished 2 other times in Mets history. The original Frank Thomas had 4 home runs, 6 home runs in a 4-game span. Not the Hall of Famer.
No.
But the Mets Frank Thomas back in 1962 actually had 6 home runs in a 3-game span. And the only other to hit 6 and 4 was Gary Carter in '85. He had a 3 home run game mixed in there as well, as Duda did last night. Second straight time Cashner's got ahead of him 0-2. And he got him looking at the breaking ball. So Duda has struck out twice on just 6 pitches.
So far not picking up the breaking ball out of the hand of Cashner. One in the dirt, got him swinging over the top of the one, and this one back door. Thinks that's off the plate.
Well, those are the only 2 strikeouts for Andrew Cashner today. Remember, he struck out 12 and 4 2/3 against the Mets his first time around. So 1 out and 1 on. Now Uribe flied out to right his first time up. Right back to Cashner, but he bobbles it and has to settle for the out at first. Well, that was going to be an easy 1-6-3 double play if Cashner doesn't drop the ball.
Maybe because it was so easy, he mishandled it. Yeah, you have to put your hand in the glove. He tried to transfer the ball with his hand outside the glove. Watch that. Kind of tries to flip it from the glove to his hand. That's why he bobbled it. What you do is you keep the ball in your glove, you stick your hand in the glove and take the ball out.
Well, he should be in the dugout. Instead, he's got to face Michael Conforto with a runner in scoring position and 2 out. Conforto flied to left his first time up. Well, it's not an error, but it's certainly a misplay.
It's the first time I've seen Conforto last night and today. A look of bewilderment a little bit on his face because each pitch seems to hit the corner.
They have pitched him tough. That one misses the corner, a ball and a strike.
Can't ask a young player to sit on a breaking ball, but that's what he's seeing. A lot of breaking pitches. That was just a show. Probably see a breaking pitch away here or in the dirt.
Now he is 17 at bats into his major league career, playing just his 6th game. That never used to happen so quickly, did it?
It didn't, but the 4-hit game killed him. Everyone in baseball saw it. Once you see a 4-hit game by a young up-and-coming hitter, that alerts every pitcher to go with the slow stuff, see if he can hit it. So 3 straight fastballs inside, one of them for a strike. Let's see where he attacks them on a 2-1 as the scouts are trying to document all this stuff. 2-1 breaking ball away. It's automatic for this young man right now. And he might get it again with the base open.
First 3-ball count of the game for Cashner. Kevin Plawecki on deck. Murphy at second with 2 down. Mets up 1-0 in the 4th. Well, since his 4-hit game, Conforto's gone 0 for 10. He's had a few positive counts, but he's got 1 now. And he takes the backdoor breaking ball for a strike. They're not giving into it.
I mean, I'm laughing at it, but I don't mean to laugh at it. It's just they refuse to give in to him. They continue to throw the backdoor breaking ball ahead in the count. He might get a fastball in as Cashner tries to surprise him here.
Gets it in enough that Conforto flies it out to center, and Melvin Upton grabs it for the 3rd out. A hit and 1 left after 4 1-0 Mets. Us up to the minute trade news as the clock ticks closer to the deadline on Daily News Live, presented by Citi, today at 5, only on SNY. John Neese, 4 scoreless innings under his belt, just 51 pitches, 6 strikeouts for John, who hasn't struck out more than 8 in a game this year. He'll get the lower third of the Padres batting order. Hedges, Barmes, and Cashner in the top of the 5th. He had a brief rain shower, passed for the moment. Change up in for a strike from Neese. 0-1. Hedges was robbed of a base hit his first time up. Ruben TEJADA went deep in the hole and made an extraordinary play to get a force at second. John is just pouring in strikes today. He's only in 3 2-ball counts through the first 4 innings. And Hedges flies one out to Lagares. 1 out. Well, big series coming up with the Nats starting tomorrow night. Your City probable, same as they were in D.C. Harvey against Gio, DeGrom against Joe Ross, Syndergaard against Jordan Zimmerman. For more on the first place Nats, let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Gary, obviously the big story surrounding the Nats right now, the acquisition of Jonathan Papelbon and how that's affected their former closer, Drew Storen, clearly not happy with the move. Last night, he looked fine in the 8th inning, though, and if he can hold that spot down, the back end of their bullpen looking really solid. Casey Janssen in the 7th, Drew Storen in the 8th. Papelbon in the 9th, 527 career saves amongst the 3 of them. We also saw this last week with the Nationals, but the pitching staff in general just not walking guys this season. 3.7 is their strikeout to walk ratio. Right now that's on pace for the best ratio since the modern era started back in 1900. And finally, we also saw this last week. Ian Desmond may finally have found his stroke a little bit. 8 of the last 9 games he's reached base, hitting .387 in that time with 4 home runs.
Barmes flies another one out to Lagares, and there are 2 out. To me, the biggest thing that's happened with the Nationals is they've got Worth in the 3-hole, Zimmerman in the 5-hole surrounding Bryce Harper.
I think that's huge. It's definitely huge. The last remaining piece, though, is a piece that not many people know about, and that's Denard Span, their leadoff hitter, who's been so important to their success last season and this season also when he's played.
And he's not close. He's not even swinging a bat yet, coming back from the back problems he's suffered. So they're still without the leadoff hitter that they want to have. But their lineup is so much longer now than it was last week. And the standings in the National League East, Washington 2 games up. They're up 1-0 on the Marlins in the 4th today. Cashner grounds one to Uribe. That's a fair ball. Uribe made sure of it, then threw low, but Judas saves him an error. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Neese, who's retired 7 in a row. 1-0 Mets. the rough outing the day that his son was born. He has bounced right back to where he was before that. 5 scoreless innings today, 6 strikeouts. Mets got a run on a double and a couple of fly balls in the first inning, and that's been enough so far. Get to Citi Field this Saturday night. See the Mets take on the Nationals, and it's fireworks night, which means after the game, all fans in attendance will be treated to a great fireworks show. Purchase tickets for fireworks night at Mets.com/fireworks.
You know what I wasn't saying about the Nationals? I missed. Did you hear Papelbon always has to say something. So last night he said, when he was asked by the reporters here, he said, well, you know, all I'm doing is playing because I got to catch Rivera.
Right. Well,
so he needs
only, what, 300 plus away?
316, which is exactly what Goose Gossage had in his entire career.
It's pretty funny. It's going to play till he's 50. Milwaukee reached on there his first time up and chases a slider out of the strike zone. 0-2. Well, I thought that Storen's comments when he found out that Papelbon was coming were really troubling. I mean, it would have been really easy, even if you don't believe it, to say publicly, hey, I'll pitch whatever inning they want. I'm here to help the team. I understand that Storen has been demoted before for good reason.
Yes.
But, you know, it's win time.
You know, I think what he should also realize, and he's probably not feeling it now, but there is a lot of money to be made by great 8-inning guys. Wade Davis, Andrew Miller last year, that turned into a big contract this year. That is starting to be a 3-year, $21 million or so contract.
Milwaukee through the originator, has himself a base hit. And that's 4th hit off Cashner. But, you know, the other pieces, Ronnie, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of money to be made from winning a World Series. You know, and especially if you're Drew Storen and you failed twice in the postseason, hey, let's just win this time. How about that?
Well, the money was different in our day, but I remember Davey Johnson used to address that all the time. He said, you win and you play in the postseason and you win the World Series, everyone gets paid. And sounds strange, but it's true. Wow.
Hedges aggressively goes to second, and then the throw back is backed up nicely by Jerko. There's a little confusion at the bag there between Norris and Jerko, but that worked out okay for the Padres.
How quick is Austin Hedges? This is not a good bunch, but a slower catcher. No way he catches that on the first bounce. And on the run, bullet throw to Barmes. I don't know where Barmes was throwing it.
Well, you had Norris, who didn't know whether he was supposed to cover first, and Jerko, who was sort of in the neighborhood.
I mean, if you knew the scouting report, you know these can run. So that was a play that's not going to be made. And maybe they don't pay attention to the speed of the pitchers.
There's Lagares for the runner at first and 1 out. Lagares was walked the base hit by Jerko his first time up. So the Mets have 4 hits. They have 3. Granderson had a double in the first. Murphy a single in the fourth. Milwaukee a single in the fifth. And that's been it against Cashner. Very different kind of game for him than the first time the Mets saw him this year. And he's another guy who's pitching on the precipice of the trading deadline, not knowing whether he's ever going to play again for the Padres after today.
Well, if you would have thought about this team in December, January, February, when Preller put this, A.J. Preller, their general manager, put this team together, you felt like they really rejuvenated the fan base in San Diego with all the additions of stars like Upton and Kemp and others. And right now they're in a position, I think, because they have these stars, that they could really rejuvenate their farm system and other things to do a more traditional route. It'll be interesting how that works for Murphy.
They really drained their farm system to bring in all these stars. There's a strike 3 and 2 to Lagares. So it's hard when you're in that position. I liken it very much to where the Marlins were when they moved to their new stadium and they brought in all that high-priced talent and then dismantled.
But I think there is, as Lagares walks, I think there is percentage of these general managers that are going rogue, Gary. They just have no issue with trading players kind of like widgets and just moving them around here and there and have no problem with changing that up as Joaquin Benoit gets up.
It's a little early to seeing him up in the bullpen.
He might be one of those end of the game relievers who gets up during the game for a few tosses.
Here's Granderson up for the third time. Doubled and scored the only run of this game in the first. He's got 2 aboard and 1 out. And Curtis takes a strike.
A lot of these relievers, especially older relievers, Gary, in a 12-10 game, they might not see the field until they go to the bullpen.
Takes a while to untangle all the parts. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Delta Dugout. Sign up today at Mets.com/Delta Dugout. Fastball by Cashner, 1-2. Well, it looks like it's a done deal. David Price to the Toronto Blue Jays. So they have made some major moves in the last 48 hours.
Where did Tulo go? 3 for 5 with a home run and 3 RBI last night. But did they bat him leadoff?
Batted him leadoff.
Oh,
Tulo leadoff, Donaldson second, Bautista third. How about that? It's a lot of firepower up front.
Is Encarnacion hurt? Is he playing? But that would be quite a 4 hitters.
Well, there are the standings, and the Blue Jays have a lot of work to do. But first acquiring Tulowitzki, now acquiring David Price, team that hasn't been in the postseason for 22 years. They are making a statement. They're only 2 games back in the wild card.
In 92 and 93, those Toronto Blue Jays teams, 2 consecutive World Series, 4 million people plus coming into that Sky Dome, as it was called then, not the Rogers Center.
Granderson hits one to deep right center field. Back goes Kemp, takes a look near the wall, and it's out of here. Curtis Granderson with a long 3-run homer. Number 16 for Granderson, and the Mets have a 4-0 lead.
Well, that's what you're looking for from Granderson, Duda, and others, is those home runs, but home runs with people on the bags. 3-run bomb changes games right away. And he caught a changeup up in the strike zone after he'd fouled one off the previous pitch. He did not miss this last one.
For Granderson, his first 3-run homer of the season. And he got all of it.
Just a little nothing breaking ball on the outside part. This is interesting here, isn't it, Gary? Flores congratulating him and giving him a big hug. Difficult day here for Wilmer after last night.
Glad you're still here, big guy. Good cut by Tejada, 1-2. Well, last night, Tyson Ross had a streak of 100 straight innings without allowing a home run before Duda took him deep. Cashner not quite as long, but he's gone 5 straight starts without giving up a home run.
But these Padres pitchers, the home runs they've given up in Petco and during the season are historic for their pitching crew.
Tejada out on strikes, and there are 2 out of the inning. That Mets home run means $2,000 for an NYC community partner, courtesy of Citi. What is it that Earl Weaver said? Pitching, defense, 3-run homers.
Well, it helps when you have Frank Robinson, Luke Powell, Brooks Robinson, Jim Palmer. They can go on and on.
Here's Murphy. Well, we've been saying this for a long time, though. The Mets don't need a lot of offense. They just needed a boost.
That's right.
And this last week they've gotten that boost. Mets are 37-5 this year when they score at least 4 runs. Well, they got their 4 today. Murphy drives one down the line, and that's into the corner for extra bases. Murphy having a big day at the plate. Sacrifice fly for the game's first run, a single, and now a double.
Well, Darren Balls, the pitching coach, coming out to talk to Cashner. That's a fastball right down the middle. So he is paid with a hanging slider, fastball down the middle. That's what happens at this level when you can't find the corners.
Well, Cashner had given up just a run on 2 hits starting this inning, but 3 hits and a walk here in the 5th, including Granderson's 3-run homer, and all of a sudden finds himself in a 4-0 hole. Still 1-0 Nats in the 5th in Miami.
You say Danny Herron, right?
Herron against Scherzer. The Zimmerman home run so far, the only run of that game. Now Duda, who's been up twice, has struck out on 3 pitches each time against Cashner. And he has to move his feet at that first pitch fastball. Think about for Cashner the extra pitches that he had to throw in the last inning after he failed to turn a double play. It doesn't look like much at the time, but does that have an impact on you going forward?
I think more of the impact for Cashner, Gary, is that he is pitching under the looming feeling that this is his last game as a Padre. I think you know, we talked about Jonathan Neese being distracted. This can distract you too as a pitcher.
Well, the last time he was traded, it was for Anthony Rizzo. If the Padres do trade him, they can only hope to get back that kind of a player in a pending deal. Two to Lucas. By the way, we mentioned David Price to Toronto before. Did we mention that he's 7-0 in his career at Rogers Center?
That's facing the Blue Jays. He won't be facing them now.
That makes it easier.
The better, right?
Duda gets jammed. Solarte hoping for a play. And right at the tarp, a nice play by Solarte to end the inning. But the Mets get the big home run from Curtis Granderson. A long way out for his 16th of the year. 3-run shot makes it 4-0 Mets after 5. Chosen for the Geico Stolen Base Challenge. They had 30 seconds to run from the left field corner, steal third base, and run back. Today's winner is one of Mets cap from the team store, courtesy of Geico. Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. It was nice to see Alexa Dad on our air.
That's right.
Sixth inning, third time around the batting order for John Neese. Melvin Upton has been up twice, struck out both times, swinging in the first, looking in the third. Upton, Norris, and Kemp against Neese, who's allowed just 3 singles over the first 5 innings and struck out 6. Changeup in for a strike, 1-1. Summertime, but the fall semester of college is looming for a lot of people. And we are losing one of our SNY summer interns. Bradley Amos is in his last day before he goes back to take charge of the football program at TCU.
Horned Frogs.
Big time program. Andrew Kashner's school. So all the best to Bradley, who did a great job this summer with us.
Must be starting earlier down there. I know the schools here on the East Coast are starting later this year.
His ball 4 to Upton. He's on with a leadoff walk. First of the day given up by Neese. So the Padres have the leadoff man on for the first time. And now Derek Norris, who's 2 for 2, a little infield dribbler, and then he took one to right field for a base hit his last time up.
Well, you don't want to see that walk to Melvin Upton. Start an inning after you get a 3-run bomb. Shutdown inning, important for a pitcher you're trying to win games.
And Neese all of a sudden a little bit around the strike zone, and so Kevin Plawecki is going to take it out for a conversation.
He got underneath that baseball. That meant he led really with his elbow and was under the ball. That's why it ended up in the strike zone. Kevin Plawecki, a rookie, immediately saw that and ran out and told him. It's very interesting. Or was screamed at by Wortham, one or the other.
Plawecki has generated a lot of trust from this pitching staff in a short period of time. It's a good looking fastball for a strike. And I go back to what you said earlier. You can make an argument for him staying, and you can make an argument for him going down and playing every day. It's going to be fascinating to see what they do. And a chopper too tall for Duda to handle. Upton will go first to third, and Derek Norris is 3 for 3. They haven't all been pretty, but he was able to chop down on it and get it over Duda's head for his 3rd hit of the day.
Honestly, it's a hit you never really see here at Citi Field. The ball just had to hit the plate for it to bounce that high. Let's see. No, it didn't. It hit in the other batter's box, but still had enough on it to go over the 6'4" Duda.
So 1st and 3rd and nobody out with the 3 and 4 hitters coming up, and Neese faces his first crisis of the day. First time the Padres have had a runner past first base this afternoon. Kemp is lined out to short and fly to right, and he takes one on the corner for a strike. Melvin Upton at 3rd, Derek Norris at 1st, Kemp at the plate, Justin Upton on deck. He runs that cutter in on him, and it's 0-2. Hello. Haven't seen much of John's curveball today.
I'd like to see him on those 0-2 counts kind of bounce that breaking ball. You're trying to backdoor it then. With 2 strikes, you can sometimes give up some scratch hits. Bounce it, see if he'll swing over the top of it.
Line to center field. That's down for a base hit. Upton will score. Norris pulls in at 2nd. Matt Kemp with an RBI single, and the Padres are on the board. It's 4-1. So Kemp behind in the count, laces a base hit to drive in Melvin Upton, his 56th RBI.
Well, ahead in the count, tries to come in with a cutter right over the heart of the plate, and that's why this bullet. If Lagares would have come up with that clean, he might have had to play at second base on Norris.
Right now, let's check in with the studio. Michelle Yu has a game break brought to you by Honda. Meanwhile, Hansel Robles gets up in the Mets bullpen. Nice, who had cruised through the first 5, has hit a wall here in the 6th. A walk and 2 base hits have produced a run.
And it's not the first time we've seen John hit a wall in the 6th inning. And I think this has a lot to do with yesterday's game, which I think got out of hand with Bartolo Colon, who just didn't have it. And I don't think Terry Collins wants this game to get out of hand. Although Upton against Nice already. The walk to Melvin Upton. Now, I've done it. He just can't do it.
All of a sudden, Justin Upton, the tying run at the plate. 17 home runs this year. He's 0 for 2 today. And he starts him off with a changeup that misses for ball 1.
Got to be careful inside right now of Upton. He's looking for the ball middle of the plate in, trying to go yard.
2 straight changeups out of the strike zone, 2-0. Just to illustrate your point, Ronnie, Nice's 6th inning ERA this year is 6.23. And that's the worst of any inning for John.
It's his tipping point.
Three straight changeups. Got the swing from Upton that time, 2-1. People's United Bank starting pitchers. Andrew Kashner has given up 4 runs in 5 innings, 3 of them on Curtis Granderson's home run. Nice has been spotless through 5, not so much here in the 6th. Two 2-1 coming, and Upton takes it wide, 3-1. Where does it go?
Well, you thought right here if you're Nice. You got to sink the ball, you got to keep it down and away, and you hope he tries to pull it. Get yourself a ground ball and a couple of outs. You're a ground ball specialist.
Only the second three ball count of the day for Nice.
Matt Kemp gets such a huge lead at first base. If you ever had a strike it out on outside pitch, you could throw him out at first if you put on a play.
To right field, but right at Granderson for the first out, and Norris will have to stay at second base.
Well, that's just luck there. You thank the baseball gods that you challenged a good hitter, he hit a bullet, and it was right at someone. And no one advanced, even better.
So 1 out of the inning, and now Solarte, who has gone 0 for 2 today, fouled out and grounded out after his 4-hit game last night. Norris at second, Kemp at first with 1 out. He's trying to negotiate a difficult inning, and he gets a strike on the outside. Solarte 5 for 11 in this series. It's a Robles on a warm, humid afternoon.
3 strikeouts last night, right, Karen?
Probably requires about 6 pitches to be loose. It's a good curveball by Nice, and it's 0-2.
That's the one I like. The one hard and down. The one that he throws softer is good for first pitch strikes. It's not the one you want to use when you're ahead in the count.
Now the 0-2. Up and away. Gone up over 80 pitches. Jed Jerko waiting on deck. And Solarte rolls one slowly. Tough play for Uribe, and he can't make the bare hand pickup. And the bases are loaded. So Solarte with an infield hit to load him up.
I mean, you first thought it's a third baseman. Does he hit it hard enough that he can make the force at third? He doesn't. So he comes in and doesn't get his hand down low enough to make that play. I don't think he had to play it first anyways. But see that just off his index finger. You know, we've seen David Wright make that play so many times, and he always seems to catch that ball right in the meat of his hand. That one just off the end of his fingers.
So now the tying runs are on base with one out. Jed Jerko, the batter, 1 for 2 today, and he takes the curveball for a strike. Jerko singled to right and then took a call third strike. Huge batter for Nice. Norris at third, Kemp at second, Solarte at first, and 1 out. A run already home for the Padres here in the 6th. And that dents the outside corner, 0-2. 3 career grand slams for Jerko. The Padres have 4 grand slams this year. He's hoping to get a double play ball from Jerko. Lays off the curveball, 1-2. Austin Hedges on deck.
Jerko, to me, likes the ball down more than up. He could go up in the strike zone after that good curveball.
Could be 2 if they hurry. The turn by Murphy. Got him! Double play, side retire. 6-4-3 to limit the damage in the 6th. Don't call it a pitcher's best friend for nothing. 4-1 Mets. The Mets play the Pirates day after the game for a special post-game concert featuring 3-time platinum R&B artist Neo. The post-game concert is included in the price of your ticket, and it's all presented by Pepsi. Purchase tickets online at Mets.com/concerts. 4-1 New York as we start the bottom of the 6th. Juan Uribe leads off. Uribe 0 for 2 today. Flied out, grounded out. And he gets one in the air to deep left center field. The Uptons converge near the warning track at the wall. It's out of here. Juan Uribe with his first home run as a New York Met. His 9th home run of the season, and it's 5-1 New York.
Well, this guy's a gamer, folks. You can enjoy watching him play. His play is effusive if you're a fan of this game.
Well, he came awfully close to a home run on his walk-off hit in his debut as a Met. And now he clears the wall for the first time.
Well, Terry Collins said he couldn't believe that first hit didn't go out of the ballpark. This one barely did off the railing. Young man in red. Arm too short. Guy in blue doesn't make the play, but right off the railing.
Michael Conforto takes a strike. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Wait a minute. I don't know. It's going a little hard.
Arm's too short. A box with that baseman.
That's the same guy that's screaming at you when you don't make a play in the outfield.
Conforto has flied out twice today. And he takes out the strike zone 1-1. Conforto now hitless in his last 11 at bats. The Mets have now hit 88 home runs this year, 55 at home, 33 on the road. Go figure. I mean, they changed the configuration a little this year to make it a tad easier to hit home runs here, but that does not account for that disparity.
Well, they played better at home. They've gotten bigger hits at home. You know, I mean, look at the home record against the road. They do literally nothing on the road.
But what would cause you to hit the ball farther at home? I don't know.
I think it's the food. It's just better food here.
Maybe that's it. It's all about Pablo Freire.
That's right.
Conforto takes inside, ball 4. Second walk given up by Cashner. Here's your Nissan dropper on the majors. Max Scherzer has the Nats in front of the Marlins 1-0 as they play in the 6th. Carlos Gonzalez, will he get traded after his buddy Tulo? Well, he's hot anyway. Rockies are in St. Louis tonight. And Jake Arrieta and the Cubs play in Milwaukee. Sean Kelly up in the Padre bullpen. Catcher Hedges being sent out to the mound to kill some time for him.
Jake Arrieta, best pitcher in baseball that no one knows about.
Bobby Parnell up in the Mets bullpen. And Eric Campbell's out on deck. He's got a bat, so it looks like Nice is done for the day after a Rockies 6th inning that he was able to work out of 87 pitches. And has a bat in his hands just in case.
That's huge by Uribe. Team scores one off you. Get a little closer. He leads off with a home run. Gets it right back. One swing.
Leveck's 1 for 2 today. And takes a breaking ball for a strike. 1-1. It's now with 6 hits off Cashner, including long balls in each of the last 2 innings. Against a pitcher who had not allowed a home run in 5 starts. Double play ball. Barmes bobbles in and everybody's safe. Boy, the Padres have played some dreadful defense today.
How about the defense they played for Andrew Cashner this season, Gary? Just horrendous.
Well, Cashner has been charged with 19 unearned runs, which is the most in the major leagues. His opposite number today, John Nice, is second with 11.
He loses it in the exchange. He's trying to be quick. And you see, he went in his glove, and his glove was closed. Never got in there.
So now Nice can stay in and try and execute a sacrifice. First and second, nobody out. And John gets the bunt a little further from home plate this time, so Hedges has to go to first with it. And a nice stretch by Jerko to stay on the bag. 2-4 on the sacrifice, moving the runners up.
Nice job by Jonathan. Haven't seen a lot of great bunting this year. That was perfecto.
Only his 3rd sacrifice of the season.
Bat out in front, push it to the third base. Third baseman's in, so Hedges didn't have a play at third anyway. I don't know what Solarte was doing. And Norris caught in the wrong place.
He's been a little confused at first base today. Pat Murphy will take the baseball. Cashner done after 5 1/3. Sean Kelly will come in. Mets with a 5-1 lead and looking for more. Call to the bullpen is brought to you by Verizon. 5-1 Mets in the 6th. We'll be right back. 1 in the 6th. Sean Kelly comes in with 2nd and 3rd and 1 out to face Juan Lagares. Lagares walked and scored his last time up. Infield in. And the breaking ball from Kelly in for a strike.
I see Kelly's numbers. Loves his slider. Came in, gave up a home run in the series to Curtis Granderson, the first batter he faced. Loves his slider.
Conforto at 3rd, Plawecki at 2nd with 1 out. Infield up all the way around for San Diego. And Lagares drives one to left. That'll get a run in. Caught by Justin Upton. Conforto heads for the plate, and he scores easily. Sacrifice fly for Lagares makes it 6-1 New York.
Good base running by Conforto. He almost got caught on that line drive. They tell you at third base you got to tag up on anything. See those 3 steps that Justin Upton took? That took him out of the play of throwing Conforto out at home. Well, watch Conforto at third. Line drive, you don't go forward. Line drive, you freeze and go back. But he got back there in time and hustled it home.
Now they'll walk Granderson intentionally after Curtis went deep his last time up, and after he went deep against Kelly 2 nights ago. So the Mets have tacked on 2 here in the 6th. The home run by Uribe, the sac fly by Lagares, and Granderson, who has a double and a 3-run homer today, getting an intentional pass.
I don't think this intentional pass thing is Kelly's forte.
That's true of a lot of pitchers.
It's embarrassing.
Saw that with Henry Mejia this year. Just your heart goes in your stomach.
Yeah, I mean, they can throw hard. I mean, Kelly's a darn good pitcher, and he throws 90 plus and a good slider. But to play catch in a game situation, because that's all you're doing, right, with the catcher, an intentional walk, sometimes is difficult.
So now Tejada, who's gone 0 for 3 today, flied out, grounded out, struck out. Mets have had just 6 hits today, but they've made the most of them. Plawecki at 2nd, Granderson at 1st, and 2 out. Several times the Mets record when they score 4 runs, they're 37-5. When they score 6 runs, 20-0.
Whoa.
One to Ruben.
Bad place to be when you have to say numbers like that, Gary.
Well, it's really just indicative of the kind of team that this is, right? They're not going to win a lot of games when they don't get good starting pitching, and they're not going to lose a lot of games when they have a good offensive day. I mean, this is not a 10-8 kind of team.
No.
They've done, I think, 1 game like that all year. That game against the Braves, where they came from 5 runs down to win.
Toronto might be the only 10-8 team in baseball. Rockies at home, maybe. Extremely hot day, muggy day here for the players.
Two and 1 to Ruben, and he pops one foul. Now, the way you know who the hottest team in baseball is right now?
The Chicago White Sox.
That's right. Who are only 2.5 out in the wild card in the American League.
I have to go to Chicago this weekend, and I have to talk to Robin Ventura. Of course, Mets fans love him. And I was anticipating about a month ago that it was going to be a bad funeral.
Or that he might not be there.
Just the opposite now. They're another team that did a lot this winter.
2 out, 2 on, 2 and 2 to Tejada, and he fouls it off. And there was speculation a week ago that they were going to start unloading.
That's right.
Guy like Jeff Samardzija, but maybe not now. And did you see what Melky Cabrera's done during the 7-game winning streak? Melky has had multiple hits and at least 1 RBI in 7 straight games. Nobody's done that in 100 years.
Well, their problem is at 49 wins. I don't know if they're going to be able to compete for that wild card. And Kansas City's running away.
Well, the wild card is certainly up for grabs in the American League. The second one anyway. Tejada toward the middle, base hit. Plawecki around third, being waved home. Melvin Upton's throw to the plate, not in time. And then the Mets tack on another run. Ruben Tejada with a 2-out hit to make it 7-1 New York. With another unearned run against the ledger of Andrew Cashner.
Fastball down, not a bad pitch by Kelly, but we've seen 3 hits back through the box today where the pitchers on the Padres staff don't feel like it's important to field their position. I mean, that's an out if you field your position, but that's not important.
Nice throw by Melvin, but too late to get Plawecki. 3 runs home in the inning. Now Murphy is having a big day with the bat, and he skies one to center. And Melvin Upton has this one lined up. That retires the side, but the Mets put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 6th. Andrew Cashner gets touched up by Juan Uribe. His first home run as a Met. 7-1 New York as we go to the 7th. Ballpark in all sorts of colorful t-shirts. They are all over the ballpark. And speaking of kids in some kind of uniform or other, how about our young friend Mr. Darling?
Is that funny? I was still in Hawaii at that point before my parents thought it was a good idea. I don't know about the mechanics. They're a little weak. But this team, Century Super Team, where I'm from, they would call it Century Super, which is a supermarket. But the year before, I played for a team called the Old Time Inn. My dad finally got a team when I was 10 years old. In those days, they used to give the head coach 40,000 points. So what you would do with those points, all the guys that tried out, you would use those points, the better players you'd spend more points on to really get the players for your team and have a chance.
It's like DraftKings.
Right.
Yonder
Exactly.
Alonso pinch hitting, hits one down the line against Bobby Parnell, and the throw, close play, but he just beats it at second base, and again he lost his shin guard on the way between first and second, just like he did last night.
He's got to work a little bit on the Velcro, but nice play by Conforto, and this is a play that Terry Collins has talked about a lot, that Conforto's shown a lot better defensive maneuverability in left field and made that play close. Good call. What I was saying about those points is that my father said to the rest of the Little League coaches, I want my son, who's 9, playing for Old Time Inn, to play for my team, because my brother was a year younger. The rest of the Little League coaches made him spend all the points on me to get me on that team, and we proceeded to go 0-22 with that Century Super team when I was 10 years old.
You mean you couldn't win all by yourself?
I wasn't allowed to pitch. My father would not allow me to pitch in Little League until the All-Star games, which is where the picture you saw me pitching.
Alexi Amarista batting for Clint Barmas after Alonso hit for Austin Hedges, and Parnell pours one in for a strike, 1-1. Bobby's going through a rough time right now. Had the 3-run inning in Washington, got a week off, gave up another run last night on 2 hits, and greeted by a double tonight. This afternoon. It's a little murky. Feels like it might be. Amarista slugs one to right. Granderson hustles over and makes the reaching grab. And Alonso did not tag, so he remains at second. Nice play, Granderson.
Well, the key was that Curtis got a great jump on this baseball. Caught it at his shoe tops. Big out for Bobby Parnell. I mean, the Mets should have this game in hand, but a hit here, a hit there, put him in harm's way. Amarista disappointed.
So 1 out. Alonso still at second. Now Brett Wallace will be the pinch hitter, batting for the pitcher. So 3 straight pinch hitters used by Pat Murphy here in the 7th. Mets felt as though when they made the deal for Tommy Clippard that they were upgrading their bullpen, but then they lose Mejia for 162 game suspension, and now Parnell's performance has gone backwards a little bit. All of a sudden you have to wonder, do the Mets need even more bullpen help? One thing that would really help would be a return to health of Jerry Blevins, but it doesn't look like that's anywhere close.
He hasn't thrown yet, right?
Has not been cleared to throw. So, you know, you figure it's got to be September before you see him again. Never thought that when he went down in April.
He thought he'd be back in a month and a half, 2 months, most. Did you see Nori Aoki is back for the Giants?
Yep.
He broke his leg.
Red hot, just a half game behind the Dodgers after their win last night. 0-2 to Wallace, and Parnell misses with the sinker, 1-2.
How many times you put in 3 pinch hitters, do you?
Not usually in the 7th inning,
right?
With a 5-man bench. Melvin Upton on deck. Can you get used to saying Melvin Upton? I know I can.
No, I just don't say it.
Well, it reminds me of when Roberto Kelly was playing. When Roberto would go into a slump, he would decide that he wanted to be Bobby Kelly, and then he'd go on for a while, and then if he goes into another slump, he became Roberto again.
What was Ahmad Rashad's original name when he was
Bobby Moore.
Bobby Moore.
That's a little different. That's a little more of a personal transformation.
Yeah.
Cassius Clay. Muhammad Ali. But the alternate name thing is, the mid-career is kind of strange, don't you think?
Well, I remember one time, just to get under Jay Horowitz's skin, I took the field with a different number. Instead of 12, I went 15. I don't know what year it was, and Jay almost had a conniption in the press box. It was when you could get away with that stuff. You certainly couldn't do it today.
Well, you know, the numbers thing with the Mets this year has been a little troubling. Twice this season now, the Mets have given away the number of a player who played for them this year and is still in the organization, right?
That's right. Dylan G was the first, I remember.
Dylan G's 35 went to Logan Verrett, and Dilson Herrera's number 2 has now gone to Juan Uribe.
That's a little different, though, because Juan Uribe has all this time in the major leagues. And if Dilson was on the team and that was Uribe's number, you would feel obligated to give him that number. Maybe get something in exchange because he's made a lot of change.
Speaking of which, you know, Doug Fister gave up his 58 for Jonathan Papelbon, and Fister's such a nice guy, he probably asked for nothing in return.
He didn't, and he's wearing number 33 now, so we'll have to get used to that.
Long turn at bat for Wallace, the former Astro. 8th pitch coming from Parnell. walked him. So things not going well for Parnell. 2 hard hit balls and now a walk. And he'll face Melvin Upton with 2 on after a conversation with Dan Warthen.
You know what's interesting to me, Gary, is that it's almost like Bobby's rediscovering his physical gifts or lack of gifts as far as when he used to throw 100 miles an hour. He was having more success when he was throwing 90 miles an hour, and now he's getting up to 92 and 93 and having less success. It's almost like because he has a better fastball, he's using it more. He's becoming a little more predictable. When he had the 90-mile-an-hour fastball, he's using more of that spike curve. I think he's got to, at this point, my opinion, he should have to use both pitches to get out. Says Hansel Robles up again.
Well, here's Upton, who walked and scored the only Padre run in the 6th inning after striking out twice against John Neese. Upton's got good career numbers against Parnell, 3 for 6, including a home run. Now let's see if Bobby can right himself here with 2 aboard and 1 out. And Melvin bloops one to shallow center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Alonso will be held to third, and the Padres, for the 2nd straight inning, have the bases loaded.
Well, not an awful pitch by Parnell. Jammed Melvin Upton, who dropped it into center field. Only the hard charging Lagares stopped anyone from scoring. Charges as well as anyone in the game, and Terry Collins making a change.
Yeah, he's not going to mess around here. He needs to get Parnell out of there. You know, Bobby certainly has to be a concern right now. That's 3 straight bad outings for Parnell. He'll exit, and Hansel Robles will come in here in the 7th with the Mets up 7-1. Robles will enter with the bases loaded. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Matt Harvey on the mound against Gio Gonzalez. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow night right here on SNY. Well, Hansel Robles will come in and try and bail out Bobby Parnell here in the 7th.
Well, I watched him in last night's game, and he looked outstanding. He had a good slider also as he struck out 3 batters.
Yeah, with the leadoff double to Yonder Alonso, and then got those 3 strikeouts. He faces Derek Norris, who's 3 for 3 today. It's a soft 3 for 3, but 3 hits nonetheless. Bases loaded, 1 out. And he socks one down the right field line. Trouble if it's fair, and it just goes foul.
just curving and misses by 4 or 5 feet.
Just to review Norris's day, he topped one about 30 feet up the third base line and beat it out for an infield hit. He poked one the other way through the hole for a single, and then he chopped one that bounced over Duda's head for another hit.
Almost caught a ball at first,
but not quite.
No, he can hit. Hit for Oakland and still hitting here for the Padres.
After the high fastball, and he's down to the count 0-2.
Whenever I see Derek Norris, I always think of him as a switch hitter. Well, he certainly isn't. He's a right-handed hitter all the way, but he platooned with Stephen Vogt in Oakland, so they both had beards, and sometimes you think of him as a switch hitter.
Kemp on deck. Well, the Padres loaded the bases in the 6th, and Neese got the double play ball from Jerko. Robles could use the same from Norris.
Instead, he hits it deep to left. Conforto takes a look, and that is gone. A grand slam for Derek Norris to get the Padres right back in the game. 3rd career grand slam, 2nd this season, and it's now 7-5 New York. 12th home run of the year for Norris. He's got a 4-hit day, an 0-2 pitch, and he just cracked it out of sight.
Well, we've seen a couple times in the series, James Shields to Lucas Duda, and now Robles to Norris on an 0-2 pitch when you got to control the ball out of the strike zone. Gives Norris a strike, and he gets 4 points back.
Well, this has become a ball game very quickly. Mets were up 7-1, one swing of the bat. Now it's 7-5, and Matt Kemp the batter. RBI hit his last time up.
Supposed to be away. Middle. Short stroke by Norris. Long gone. Well, yesterday we saw Robles throwing 96, 97, 98. Day game after night game, more around that 94, 95 mark. A little easier for these hitters to handle.
3rd home run Hansel's given up in 28 innings this year. And now he's behind on Kemp 3-0.
2-0 breaking ball.
And the Mets are going to get the bullpen cranked up in a hurry with Robles struggling right after Parnell. And Tommy Clippard getting up in a hurry. Plan was to save him for the 8th. May not have that luxury today. 3-0 coming to Kemp, taking all the way a strike. Well, said the Mets don't play a lot of 10-8 games. Maybe they do today.
On your way.
(3-1) from Robles, and Kemp skies one to right center. Squeezes it, 2 out.
Well, if you're fashioning yourself as a championship team, and what I mean when I say that, it's a team that wants to play in the postseason. You're going to have to as a bullpen, and their bullpen has been great. The ERA is what, 4th in all of baseball. You're going to, at some point, as the pen for the Padres heats up, you're going to have to get some huge outs. Parnell's going to have to be better. And you're going to be pitching instead of behind, as they pitched a lot this bullpen. You're going to be pitching in front with a lead. A little different.
Justin Upton 0 for 3 today, and he lays off a slider out of the strike zone. Well, the bullpen, the first 2/3 of this season, has been a very pleasant surprise for the Mets, but you've always felt as though maybe there was a little smoke and mirrors going on. And now you're going to get into a pennant race with a lot of guys having thrown a lot of innings. We have to see whether that level of performance can be maintained or whether you need to keep looking for help from outside. It's got a great reinforcement in Clipper.
Well, I think you're looking at, Gary, if you get the ball through 7, you're looking pretty good with Clippard and Familia. But when you don't, when you go 6, then that 7th inning right now is they're trying to find someone to get those 3 outs.
Meanwhile, Max Scherzer and the Nats still up 1-0 in Miami in the 7th. 2-2 to Upton, and that's away. 3-2. Well, and then there's also the fact that the next time Familia goes to the mound, there'll be a lot of eyes on him. 2 save opportunities since the All-Star break that he's let get away. 3-2 coming from Robles, and Upton flies one to left center. Harris over, and that retires the side, but the Padres got closer in a hurry. They load him up against Parnell, and Norris unloads them against Robles. 7th inning stretch time, 7-5 New York. Just at the grand slam, moves from first base to catcher. Yonder Alonso, who pinch hit, stays in at first base, and likewise Alexi Amarista stays in at short. The new Padre pitcher, 25-year-old Brandon Maurer, who makes his first appearance of the series. SNY Super Slow Motion brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Well, there's Mr. Maurer. He's having a good year.
Yeah, pretty good year. Hasn't allowed a run in 38 of those 48 games. Good sinker slider.
Another guy with a backward splits, much more effective against lefties than righties. And he'll face the left-hand hitting Lucas Duda leading off in the home 7th. Lucas is 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts and a foul pop-up, and he takes a strike, 1-1. Duda, Uribe, and Conforto for the Mets. This was a 1-0 Met lead going to the bottom of the 5th, but there's been an explosion the last couple of innings. That's got a 3-run homer from Granderson in the 5th. Padres got a run back in the 6th. Mets added 3 more in the bottom of the 6th, but then Norris's grand slam made a game of it again. And the fastball off the plate, and now Maurer behind 3-1.
We'd like to see Duda unload.
He's done that a lot lately. started his career with the Mariners. First year with San Diego after coming over in a deal for Seth Smith. And he wastes away that 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's interesting. He can add on, can he? Throws 90, 92 when he wants to. He throws at 95, 96.
Duda goes down swinging on the cutter. So Mauer fans the first man to face him.
Good pitch there down in the dirt. Again, those pitches that have really eluded Lucas during his real tough times, swinging at that pitch for the strikeout.
So a day after 3 home runs, 3 strikeouts today for Duda. And now Juan Uribe, who homered his last time up, his first as a Met and his 9th of the year.
Mauer was a high school teammate of Garrett Cole. Can you imagine those teenagers trying to hit against those two?
No. Now the Clipper getting ready to pitch the 8th inning for New York. And Uribe slugs one out to center, but Melvin Upton should have plenty of room. 2 out. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. Okay, which team has had the most games where one of their players has hit 3 home runs?
It's got to be one of the older franchises, right? Like Yankees, Pirates.
The Yankees would be by my first.
Yeah.
Cubbies. They've been around a long time, and they've got some tight dimensions, and the wind blows out.
Yeah.
Of those 40, 6 of them belong to Sammy Sosa, #1 on that list. Conforto takes outside, so they get a bit of an asterisk.
Exactly.
Ernie Banks did it 4 times. Dave Kingman did it 3 times as a Cub. He wasn't there that long.
Well, he hit those titanic shots. I heard you mentioning last night that Lucas, his first home run was like a Kingman home run.
Plenty of hang time.
This young man could use a knock.
0 for 2 and a walk today. And Conforto takes off the corner. 3-0. Well, Kingman had one of those 3 home run games for the Cubs against the Dodgers. That was the one that provoked the Tommy Lasorda, what did I think of his performance?
Yeah, what did you think of Kingman's performance today? What did I think about Kingman's performance? Then after that, we can't say anymore.
That's a strike 3-1. One of the great tirades of all time. Right there with Lee Elia talking about the Cub fans. That's also high on the all-time list. Conforto chases a pitch out of the strike zone. It's 3-2.
That's frustration right there, because we haven't seen that since he's come up. He got a fastball, 3-1 count, and he wanted to go after it.
Yeah, usually has great plate discipline, so he's a little messed up right now. Not surprising. 6 games into his career. Pops that one up in foul ground. Solarte hoping. Runs out of room.
Conforto's smart enough to know that most of the pitchers are going to be away. If they get behind, Mauer likes his fastball, so he's gotten it almost entirely this at bat. Even if he throws a breaking ball, it should be away.
And Conforto lines it right back to Mauer, who somehow is able to knock it down and make the play. Sign retired. A bullet that was headed right from Mauer's midsection.
Did he get some leather on it? Yes, he did. Very nice.
Got his pitching hand out of the way, too.
Not nice for Conforto.
Good acrobatics by Mauer to save himself. Eighth inning at Citi Field, and Tyler Clipper will make his second appearance as a Met.
Well, he got through his first appearance scoreless, but this was what he was brought here to do. Hold a skinny lead and pitch in the eighth.
He'll face Yangervis Solarte, Jed Jerko, and Yonder Alonso for the Padres in the eighth. Padres getting closer on the Derek Norris grand slam, which, by the way, was the first grand slam the Mets have given up in a year and a day. Last grand slam against the Mets was July 29th last year by Chase Utley. And now Derek Norris today. Solarte taking all the way a strike. Solarte had an infield hit, a little dribbler up the third baseline. That was batting right-handed against John Neese, now batting left-handed, his better side for the first time today. The changeup from Clippard, a ball and a strike.
Well, what makes Clippard so effective these last half dozen years? His motion is all arms and legs. You barely ever see the baseball, and he's got so many weapons.
Solarte rolls one slowly, and Murphy makes the play, 1 out. Let's check in with the studio. Michelle Yu has another game break brought to you by Ford. Nats will be here tomorrow night. Joaquin Benoit up in the bullpen. Actually, it's Marcus Mateo up in the bullpen for the Padres. He pitched last night. Jed Jerko, the batter, 1 for 3 today. 3 for 10 in the series. And he takes upstairs from Clippard, ball 1. Well, that long talked about three-way deal between the Dodgers, Braves, and Marlins appears to be finalized now. And the Dodgers are getting a haul.
They're getting a lot, and they need a lot, surprisingly, for a team that's in first place.
Well, they needed starters, and they get one in Matt Latos. They also get an injured starter in Bronson Arroyo. They have to take on his salary.
Do they get Wood?
They also get Alex Wood.
Okay.
And they get bullpen help with Luis Avilan and Jim Johnson.
That's huge for them, because they've had some trouble getting the ball to Jansen. And I don't know if you've seen what J.P. Howell's done the past couple days. He's struggled
toward the gap, and Jerko's got himself an extra base hit. So Jed Jerko with his second hit of the day, a 1-out double, and the Padres will get the tying run to the plate here in the eighth.
And Jerko is showing some of that 2013 form here in this series. 2 hits last night, a couple more today.
So the Padres, who were down 7-1 in this game, now get the tying run to bat with Yonder Alonso. Came up to pinch hit in the 7th, doubled and scored a run. Stayed in the game at first base. So Clippard with a couple of big outs to get here in the 8th. Alonso at the plate, Amarista on deck. And misses with the changeup for ball 1.
Clippard, when he's at his best, can have that changeup he throws for a strike, and they can throw the one that disappears. He's got good heat up in the strike zone, especially, and he'll throw an overhand curveball, which can be very effective.
Left-hand batter, Amarista on deck.
Alonso's the scary at bat here, though, because he can tie the game with one swing.
Well, 3 straight changeups, finally gets one over, 2-1. Alonso's not having a big power year, but he did his 4th home run of the year last night. Right after Justin Upton went deep against Bartolo Colon, he followed it up with one of his own. Padres have now hit the Mets today 10-7. As some thunder booms in the background, we've got storms in the area. 2-1 coming. And
Alonso takes a fastball for a strike. 2-2.
Beautiful pitching. 2-0 changeup. So now the hitter's sitting on a changeup and gets a 2-2 fastball. It's almost backwards pitching there by Clippard. Makes the hitters not have a chance of what's coming as you see those skies.
Darkening by the moment. We had a brief rain shower earlier. Jerko at second and 1 out. 2-2 to Alonso. Fouls back the high fastball. Clippard spent 7 years as a Washington National. It's going to be on the other side of that rivalry starting tomorrow night. Again, the 2-2 in the air to right field over toward the corner. Granderson near the sidewall, jumping to make the catch. Tagging at second is Jerko. He'll move over, but another nice play by Granderson, who's had a good day in the field. And that's a big second out.
He did a good job to get there, and I think the Met fans pulled out of the way to let him catch it. Yeah, good play.
Well, also, when you get near that sidewall, you want to jump and get it before it might hit the sidewall and take it out of play. So a good play all around by Granderson.
A little home field advantage there. Nice to see.
So a runner at third with 2 out. Amarista, the batter, he lined out to Granderson and made a nice running catch in the 7th as a pinch hitter, staying in it short. Jerko at third and 2 out. And Amarista takes a fastball wide. Abraham Almonte has come out on deck to pinch hit for the Padres if Amarista keeps seeing it going. You can win VIP tickets to Jets training camp in Florham Park. Don't miss your chance to get front row seats to all the competition and position battles as the Jets gear up for the 2015 season. Visit Facebook.com/SNY and enter today. One and 1 to Alexi Amarista. Clippard misses high with the fastball. 2-1. John Neese went 6, a lot of run-on 6-ins. That's at a 7-1 lead. But Bobby Parnell and Hansel Robles faltered in the 7th. Gave up 4 runs between them. And now Clippard trying to protect the lead in the 8th. 2-1. Amarista lofts one to shallow right. Overcomes Granderson, reaching and makes the diving catch. Curtis Granderson's been everywhere in right field today. From the line to the gap. Had it all the way. Big plays by Granderson to help out Clippard. Still 7-5 New York.
Granderson at the plate, a 3-run homer, a double and a walk. Big day in the field for Granderson as well. Juan Uribe is at his first home run as a Met. That's to put up 7 runs and 7 hits, and to look for some insurance in the bottom of the 8th against the former Chicago Cub Marcus Mateo.
Marcus Aurelio Mateo from the Dominican Republic. You see his numbers so far. When he first started in professional baseball, he would pitch, but also would serve as the DH. They weren't sure if they were going to make him into an everyday player or a pitcher. Pitcher was the choice.
Kevin Plawecki leads off in the home 8th. Jerry's Familia looking for his first save since the All-Star break, getting ready in the bullpen. Plawecki 1 for 3 today. He's been the beneficiary of some poor defense. He's twice reached base on errors. Kelly Johnson on deck to bat for the pitcher, and then Juan Lagares for the Mets. And Plawecki takes a slider for a strike, 1-2.
You know, you were mentioning Familia. This game is about streaks, isn't it? If you're a hitter, how do you get out of a bad streak or an offer? If you're a pitcher, if you're having a struggle as a starter, how do you only lose 2 games and not 4? Going that kind of stuff. Same for a reliever. They always go through 1 or 2 stretches where they struggle.
Plawecki drives one out to right, chasing Kemp back, and he barely makes the catch. Kemp didn't take a great angle to that ball, but able to make the adjustment and make the play.
Well, I know in today's game they like to have those stats ink show the route to the baseball. Kemp wouldn't be very happy with that route as he kind of circled under it, but his great athletic ability made the play.
About 83%.
There you go.
Familia getting ready. Here's Kelly Johnson to pinch hit. Kelly started at second base last night, went 0 for 3. 2 for 12 since joining the Mets, including a home run. And takes a slider for a strike. By the way, Marcus Mateo, 60% sliders this year. 60. Never seen that before. Shades of Turk Wendell.
Who was the cat that used to close for the Cubbies? Marmol. But he was around that number.
Well, his problem is he couldn't throw his fastball for a strike. He could only throw a slider for a strike.
A little issue at this level.
And the backdoor slider is 1-2.
I just love Mike Everett's call. It's as loud as it was in the first inning. Hi, Pooch. That ball's outside. Letting everybody know.
1-2 to Johnson. And he tries to hold, and he got a piece of that. No?
I don't think so.
The ball.
Yeah.
Juan Lagares on deck. Game in Miami's gone to the 9th. Still Nats 1, Marlins nothing. And Johnson down on the fastball, up and in. So Mateo has retired his first 2. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Nice catch there, and toss to Lagares by Granderson.
No problem for Curtis day game after a night game. He has been on point all day.
He's the oldest, not the oldest, but one of the older players on the team, and he's been rock solid all year, hasn't he?
He has very quietly had a good year. 16 home runs now. Hit 20 last year in his first year as a Met, on pace for better than that.
Different spot in the lineup, though, you know, different expectations.
Well, he's drawn a lot of walks, gotten on base, almost a 350 on base percentage. Should be right around there after today. So I think the Mets have to be very happy with what they've got from Curtis. You know, he has his limitations defensively, but he's shown today what he's still capable of. 0-2 to Lagares. And he takes up an in.
He's limited because he was such a fine defensive player, and speed was a big part of his game early in his career.
Coming up tonight, Geico Sports Night, 10:30. All the latest on the trade deadline that looms a little over 24 hours away. It's a foul ball.
What is it, 4 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow?
Used to be a midnight deadline.
Yeah.
That drove people crazy. I remember when they had the August 31st deadline. They had to be in the team's airspace by midnight to qualify for the postseason. That rule is defunct now, too.
What I found funny last night, because last night was a historic night on Twitter, after I was done watching the ball game and the post game, I went on Twitter And it was so funny as I watched people announce to others that they were going to sleep. I mean, who cares?
Mateo gets Lagares looking at a slider. 1-2-3 inning for Mateo. Now it's Jeurys Familia on for the ninth to try and save the rubber game for New York. Another opportunity to win prizes from Delta Airlines. Go to Mets.com/Delta Dugout to sign up now. Well, Familia looking for his first save since the All-Star break.
The only guy to come in for the Mets to save a game with thunder. And he's got some thunder in that right arm.
Well, he's got a race on his hands now to get 3 outs before it starts pouring. And the grounds crew is at the ready. Abraham Almonte, the pinch hitter, as the thunder crashes. Almonte leading off in the ninth. And fouls off the first pitch sinker, 0-1. Last time that Familia took the mound, it was Sunday. He blew a 2-run lead against the Dodgers, but as was the case in every other blown save for Familia this year, the Mets won the game.
A little easier to handle.
I mean, that's amazing when you think about it. 4 blown saves, and the Mets have won all 4 games. Almonte pulls one. Murphy gets a nice hop come up to him, and he throws him out. The ball came off the lip, and Murphy was right there to play it.
That was a good play by Murph, because that ball hopped late, and he had that glove down, brought it up just in time to make the play. I mean, that's a game changer, and he catches it right in the webbing. Looks it in. Classic.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Melvin Upton, who has walked and blooped a single in his last 2 plate appearances and scored 2 runs. It's getting awfully dark here. And Upton lifts one to center. Lagares easing back. 2 out. So 3 pitches, and Familia has the first 2 outs in the 9th inning. Coors Light cold hard facts. Jeurys Familia up among the save leaders. On that list, a guy who's now pitching in the 8th inning. Drew Storen, who just pitched for 1-2-3-8 for the Nats today. And it is starting to rain and blow, and it's coming quickly.
Did you tell me that both those hitters swung at the first pitch?
First one, second
2 pitches.
pitch. Okay. Yeah, so 3 pitches, 2 outs.
Down a run. Down 2 runs.
It's raining in waves right now as Familia tries to get the last out against Derek Norris, who's 4 for 4 with a grand slam. Fastball in for a strike. Norris has 3 singles and his 3rd career grand slam, and they're going to stop the game with 2 out of the 9th. Wow. So we have a rain delay. Crew chief is Dale Scott, and he decided that the rain, which came all of a sudden after raining in Manhattan for the better part of a half hour, was just too intense to try and get the last out.
Dale Scott or Great Scott? I mean, whoa. But, you know, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
But you might have let one hitter go, personally.
Well, it is rather biblical already.
Yeah.
So you can understand it. It's just unfortunate timing. Right on the verge of trying to put this game to bed, and now all the fans running for cover as the grounds crew does its work. And you hope that it blows out as fast as it blew in, but boy, is it raining extraordinarily hard and blowing all at the same time, making that task for the grounds crew that much tougher, but they're handling it with aplomb.
Yes, they are. The problem you have here is that got to get that tarp on quick, because you see the wind blowing it. It'll become like a tidal wave.
Well, you need to get it anchored now that you've gotten the field covered. And you can hear the thunder in the background, lightning flashes, waves of rain everywhere. 7-5, the Mets with the lead with 2 out in the top of the 9th and an 0-1 count on Derek Norris. And Jerry's Familia was 2 strikes away from sealing the deal, but now they'll have to wait, as will we all. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back here to Citi Field to watch the rainfall in just a moment.
of this game, with the Mets leading the Padres 7-5, 2 out in the top of the ninth. Rain delay will be around 45 minutes by the time we restart this game. And it rained awfully hard, and the grounds crew had to do a lot of work, particularly on the warning tracks, to try and soak up some of the excess. The field, though, drains well, and we're just about set for play.
You know, Gary, for a lot of the folks out there, how can you stop the game with 1 out left? It was lightning, and lightning is always scary for any umpire trying to call a game with the metal spikes out here. I thought Dale Scott made a good move, and here you go, 2 strikes left.
And seconds after they stopped the game, the rain was so hard you couldn't play it anyway. So Derek Norris will step back in with an 0-1 count, 2 out, nobody on, top of the ninth. Familia needing 1 out to complete his first save since the All-Star break. Norris has a 4-hit game, including a grand slam. And we're back underway. 0-1 coming to Norris. And a good slider to get ahead 0-2. And now the Padres are down to their final strike.
The only slider ever thrown after a rain delay of 45 minutes in the first pitch.
Officially a 44-minute rain delay. Familia threw 4 pitches before the delay. He'll throw his second after the delay. 0-2 to Derek Norris. And he just got a piece to keep the game going.
I think you could take every hitter in this lineup and they would almost not lay down, but after that rain delay. But Norris, of course, has got a chance at a 5-for-5 day.
Mets have already given up 2 5-hit games this year to D. Gordon and Jason Hayward. Familia trying to keep there for being a third. 0-2 coming. And another foul ball on the slider. Padres are heading to Miami when they're done here. By the way, the Nats beat the Marlins 1-0. Jonathan Papelbon got his first save as a Nat for Max Scherzer.
Scherzer with a win. Drew Storen pitched in eighth inning.
So the Mets need a win to be 2 games in back of Washington, starting their series tomorrow night. Again, the 0-2. And again, Norris able to foul off a good slider.
Norris is a gamer. I don't care if it's a street ball, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, night game, 10 o'clock in the morning spring training game. He's already ready to play.
Hey, Ronnie?
Yeah.
It's raining again.
Oh, well, I have nothing to do. I have an 8 o'clock reservation here. So.
Sixth pitch of the at-bat. And Norris bloops one behind first, and that's going to fall for his 5th hit of the game. How about that? Derek Norris fighting one off. A 5-for-5 day for Norris, and Matt Kemp will come to the plate as the tying run.
Well, a lot of the hits have been of this kind of variety for Norris. He bounced the one hopper over Duda's head. This one, he drops a little dunker over his head.
Well, for Jerry's Familia, this is an enormous batter. 2 blown saves since the All-Star break, and trying to keep this one intact. 2 out, top of the ninth. Kemp 1 for 4 is driven in a run today. And he takes a slider for a strike. That's a 7-1 lead in this game before Norris's grand slam in the 7th. Now Norris has kept the Padres alive. And Kemp takes low and in. Ball and a strike.
That's the pitch that in days gone by you would never throw, and that is the catcher calling an inside fastball with a 2-run lead. Luckily a ball there out of the strike zone.
And it's raining a lot harder now. 1-1 to Kemp. And that slider sits upstairs, and now it's 2-1. They might have to stop this game again. From Familia. Bouncing ball toward the hole, base hit. Kemp finds the hole, and the Padres have the tying runs on base, and Justin Upton coming up.
Well, Familia against Kemp starts him out with a slider away, a real good pitch, and then came back with a fastball in out of the strike zone, good sinker, hanging little slider because of the rain, and then one right down the middle. Luckily, just a single.
Well, the umpiring crew led by Dale Scott, who is looking over toward the
grounds crew. They're going to try and keep this going.
Well, no lightning this time. That's the biggest difference. So they will play on.
Justin Upton 0 for 4 today, 2 for 11 in this series. Tying runs on base, 2 out, top of the 9th. And he lifts one to center, pretty well hit. Back goes Lagares to the track at the wall, and it's out of here. Justin Upton with a 3-run homer, and the Padres take the lead 8-7 in the top of the 9th. Unbelievable. A rain delay with 2 out in the 9th. The Mets were 1 out away from victory. 2 singles and a Justin Upton 3-run homer, and San Diego leads it 8-7.
This is on a day that within 24 hours, this team might not even be a team anymore. And they come up with 3 hits in a row, including the big home run.
Second home run in the last 2 days for Upton, and he was all over it.
You can imagine how far he must have hit this baseball, considering he hit it through the raindrops.
3rd consecutive blown save for Jeurys Familia, and that is a huge letdown for this team. Solarte dribbles one back to Familia, and he makes the play through the rain to retire the side. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th with the Mets now down by a run, 8-7, and we'll see whether we have a rain delay before we get there. The Mets had a 7-1 lead. Derek Norris hit a grand slam in the 7th, but Tyler Clippard pitched a scoreless 8th. Jeurys Familia got 2 outs on just 3 pitches to start the 9th before the first rain delay came, and Familia goes back to the mound needing to secure only 1 out and unable to get it before 2 singles and a Justin Upton 3-run homer puts the Padres in front. And this time raining so hard and the tarp so wet that they're having even trouble getting the tarp on the field, which means that the infield is taking that much more rain before they can cover it, and that means the rain delay will be that much longer this time around.
Yeah, when they got the tarp on before, they got it on before the rain, big rain came, and this one is just getting saturated. This is not a good deal right now.
Well, it's worth noting that because the Padres took the lead in the top of the inning, if they're unable to complete the game, it would be suspended. Yeah. And I don't know what they do from that point, because these teams are not scheduled to meet again this year. In any event, what is most troubling for the Mets, besides the fact that the grounds crew is having trouble getting the tarp on the field, is that all of a sudden Jeurys Familia, who was money in the bank the entire first half of the season,
has blown 3 straight saves to start the second half.
You know, Gary, every closer that I've ever been around always goes through this stretch. The only one I've been around that has not is Dennis Eckersley, and in '92 he won the MVP and the Cy Young Award. But I think for Familia, it's just it's one of those things, but you just hate to see it because he's been so good. And I don't know what they're going to be able to do, because this grounds crew, I don't think is going to be able to get the tarp on the field.
Yeah, if you can't cover the field and the infield takes this much water in this period of time, it might render the field unplayable for the rest of this day, which would then create a suspended game situation. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but the grounds crew is just wrestling as best they can with this water saturated tarp, which was soaked from the first rain delay. And just 6 minutes after returning, the tarp going back on the field before we can play the bottom of the ninth, and not going on easily.
We've seen other teams before where the ball players come out and help the grounds crew because they have the spiked shoes. Sometimes it's easier.
Yeah, I don't think the Mets are in any mood right now.
Exactly.
I mean, you can only imagine after what's transpired with this team over the last 24 hours what the mood's got to be like in that clubhouse right now. They had the bizarre circumstances of last night, a 7-1 lead blown today, and now this inundation on the field.
Well, they got Clippard. They lost Mejia. Parnell, another struggle for his 3rd time in a row. Mejia, another struggle. So as the bullpen has been so good all season long, now they're starting to show their wear and tear here in the end of July.
Well, they're at least trying to cover the mound and home plate areas that are the most vulnerable, but that dirt portion of the infield is taking an enormous amount of water in a short period of time, and I don't know what the resolution of all this is going to be, but we've got a mess on our hands here at Citi Field.
This reminds me of '05 when the Mets were playing the Washington Nationals in RFK Stadium. They could not get the tarp on the field.
Remember, Joe West waited so long.
Right.
That field didn't drain well. This field, when you get to the grassy portions, drains very well. The problem is on the skin portion of the infield, where if we are able to play baseball again today, the grounds crew is going to have to do an enormous amount of work to get it in shape to do so.
I mean, they can't pull it back. They can't move it forward. They can't dump off the water. They're trying to shake it off, do everything they can do. They are stuck.
This actually reminds me of the first year at Joe Robbie Stadium in 1993. The Marlins stored the tarp down the right field line, and then they rolled it out in right field and then dragged it onto the infield. But they had a thunderstorm that came so quickly that the tarp became so heavy that they couldn't pull it. And by the time they finally did, the field was underwater, and they almost lost one of the grounds crew members who fell under the tarp.
Well, it's really the same thing that's happened here. Really, they're stuck with a tarp that I think is unmovable right now.
The question is how much longer the rain is going to last, because if it isn't much longer, they're probably just better off leaving it where it is right now and then doing the work to fix the infield. But the rain is still falling, and moment by moment, that infield becomes more and more soupy, and will create that much more of a problem in terms of fixing it in order to play any more baseball today. And again, the situation with the Padres having taken the lead in the top of the ninth, if you were to call the game, it would not be an 8-7 Padre win. It would be a suspended game with the Mets still due a turn at bat in the bottom of the ninth. And we'll see. Now, they had a quirk in the rules a few years ago where if it was the last meeting between two teams, that 40-year-old rule where the score reverts to the previous completed inning worked, but that they took that out of the rules, which was properly so. Now finally the grounds crew were able to maneuver the tarp at least across most of the infield. They're going to have to drag it the rest of the way, and this is going to be hard to do to cover that first base line because it is still stuck out in left field, which makes it almost impossible to pull it the rest of the way without a whole lot more assistance.
Was it 07 or 08 when the Mets were trying to make or at least hold on, where the Cardinals had to come back into Shea Stadium, and Joel Pinheiro threw one of the best games he's ever thrown in the major leagues, and it was a big game in that year. Imagine a scenario where the Padres have to fly here for an inning.
For a half inning.
Inning.
Potentially. It could happen, and again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but if you had a suspended game today, this might well be held into abeyance until the end of the season. But there's no way to know that right now. All we know is that They've covered most of the infield, but not yet the first baseline. And whatever happens from here, whenever the rain stops and they get the tarp back off the field, it's going to take a long, long time to get the playing field in shape to play baseball.
With a Padres team that might not have any of the players that have participated in this comeback.
Well, that's what makes this so remarkable. The Padres are in a situation where virtually everybody on their team is on tenterhooks, thinking that they could be traded in the next 24 hours. They come back in a situation where they're down to their last out after a 45-minute rain delay, set to get on a plane and go to Miami. And Derek Norris fights an incredible at bat. Didn't hit the ball hard, but dunked one in the right spot. Kemp finds a hole, and then Upton buries a 3-run homer, and all of a sudden the Mets are behind in the game.
I mean, to tell you folks at home, to have the strength to hit a ball through the raindrops that far is just amazing. And now they're getting the pumps out to try to suck up some of that water. And they'll try to do that off the tarp to make the tarp less heavy. But
this is just a very difficult situation, and you got to feel for the grounds crew, who did a remarkable job getting the field covered in short order the first time, and then had to do major work on the warning tracks to get the field ready for play as quickly as they did. But Familia unable to cooperate and get the game over with in short order, and so they're stuck with this second rain delay and what might be an unplayable field.
You know, we were discussing Familia before. This has got to be the lowest point, Gary, for him. And like I said, some relievers, every reliever I've known goes through this. But we're talking about a kid that took to this at the beginning of the season, was almost perfect. And now it's got to be, boy, his teammates going to have to be behind him. He's going to have to make sure he restores that confidence, because this is one of those where you could hang your head.
Well, we mentioned it earlier, the fact that this is the 5th blown save for Familia. The first 4, the Mets were able to respond and win the game. Don't know if that's going to happen this time around, but you know, Familia had not allowed more than 1 run in any outing until that last time out, and now he's given up 3 runs today, and so the trend line is not good for him. And at a time when Parnell is struggling as well, and now they've lost Mejia, it puts a lot of pressure on everybody in that bullpen to try and turn this around, because what has been a strength all year, and again a very surprising strength for this team, all of a sudden is a bit of a liability.
Well, Gary, you know what's unusual about Familia is that he's a closer who's got a great sinker, and the only way to retain that sinker is to throw a lot. And sometimes when you're a closer, you'll go stretches where 4, 5, 6 days where you won't get the baseball, and they've tried to get him into games to try to make sure the ball sinks. The ball did not sink to Kemp. Ball did not sink at all to Upton, and that's why we're here.
So we'll be here, and we may be waiting for a while they figure out what they're going to do here. We're going to send it to the studio where Gary Apple and Nelson Figueroa are standing by, and we'll be back here at Citi Field when they're ready to play.
Not yet.
Nor have any of the other Padres, all of whom have been rumored to be traded sometime in the next 22 hours. There's your game recap. John Neese was terrific for 6 innings, but came out after 87 pitches, and the bullpen today blew up. Bobby Parnell and Hansel Robles combined to give up 4 runs in the 7th, and then after a rain delay with 2 out of the top of the 9th, Derek Norris kept it alive with a hit. Matt Kemp snuck a base hit through the infield, and then Justin Upton, with the rain beginning to pour down again, lifts this 3-run homer against Jerry Familia, and the Padres quite remarkably took an 8-7 lead. Then they covered the field again. They had played for 6 minutes after sitting for a 45-minute rain delay, and now we're nearly 3 hours later and about ready to resume after an incredible amount of work by the grounds crew. You just can't say enough about what those guys have done to make this bottom of the 9th even possible.
Well, they probably have worked for over 2 hours to make this field playable, and if the Mets don't come back, it might be for just 5 minutes. I mean, incredible work.
Well, this has been, as I think we've said a few times, one of the most bizarre 24 hours in Mets history. The only thing that would cap it would be a Mets comeback.
There you go.
In the bottom of the 9th against Kimbrel after Upton's home run nearly 3 hours ago put the Padres on top. And you know, the Mets have a huge series coming up starting tomorrow night against the Washington Nationals, who won their game this afternoon in Miami and are on their way to New York. And the Mets will certainly be well served to try and figure out a way to come back against one of the best closers in the game in the bottom of the 9th.
It's crazy, right? The Nationals might get into their hotel rooms before the Mets get home, and there's the probable starters centered by City. Nationals and the Mets this weekend. Joe Ross and Jordan Zimmerman really liked how Joe Ross threw, even though he got the loss. Harvey, DeGrom, Syndergaard doesn't line up any better for the Mets.
Same matchups that we had in Washington a week and a half ago, and the Mets are hoping to be there 2 games back. If not, they'll be 3 games back if they don't have a rally. What they do have going for them is the top of their batting order coming up in the bottom of the 9th against Kimbrel, Granderson, Tejada, and Murphy. And if anybody gets on, Duda, who, although he has struck out 3 times today, has been on a terrific home run roll. So what you hope for is a bloop and a blast and figure out a way to win this game.
Well, you know, it's interesting. When we saw Kimbrel when we were in San Diego, he probably was going through his worst period in that uniform after the trade from Atlanta, really struggling with his control. Those days are over, but this is unusual circumstances for any closer. He really warmed up like a starting pitcher would.
Well, he's had plenty of time to think about it. Pat Murphy's team has come back from the dead in this game. They're in the standings at the moment. With the Nationals win today, the Mets find themselves 2.5 behind. And depending on the outcome of this game, will be either 2 or 3 games back at the end of the day. Well, the Padres have taken the field, waiting for Kimbrel to make his way in from the bullpen. He is still warming up, getting himself ready for the save opportunity. There are probably, I don't know, a few hundred fans left in this ballpark from an original crowd of better than 35,000. And hats off to every single person who has made it through the last 6 or so hours to hang around for the end of this game.
I know in Oakland, when they used to have extra inning games, the fans would get a pin, and people would collect those pins over the course of their being fans of the A's, and they certainly deserve something here. What a great job by them.
So here's Kimbrel making his way in, the former Brave, and like we mentioned, just about every other Padre hanging on tenterhooks over the next 22 hours or so, waiting to see whether he will be traded. Kimbrel, who was acquired by the Padres right on the eve of the season from the Braves.
Well, he's 29 for 30, Gary. 10 saves this month in July, as he's pitching as well as he's pitched when the Mets used to face him when he was in a Braves uniform.
Let's see what else has happened today. There's been a little more movement. The Pirates just picked up a fine relief pitcher in Joaquin Soria to go with Mark Melancon in their bullpen. And I wonder, as the Mets move down toward this trading deadline, whether they might be in the market for another relief pitcher. Sandy Alderson, after the Mejia suspension, said no, but I wonder whether the events of the last 48 hours might have changed his mind.
Especially maybe a left-hander down in that bullpen. Yeah, I mean, there's holes there. Just because Parnell's coming back from injury, this is the first time that Jay Reese-Familia is going to be a closer for an entire season. That's an interesting to see if he can get out of the rut he's in right now. And somehow the Mets have to figure out a way to score a run. Well, I'm in for 15 if they can score.
Yeah, well,
let's go.
You never know. we could invite Keith to join us. I'm sure that would scroll down. The one piece of fabric for the Mets that works in their favor, 5th blown save of the year for Familia. Mets have won the first 4.
That's right.
See if they have that in them again. Andrew Cashner started for the Padres. He did not have a good day. Gave up 7 runs, 5 of them earned in 5 1/3 innings. But the San Diego bullpen did the job from there. Sean Kelly for 2/3 of an inning. Brandon Maurer for a 1-2-3 inning. And then Marcus Mateo pitched a 1-2-3/8. And Mateo now stands to be the winning pitcher if Kimbrel can nail it down. So here we go. Almost 3 hours after we last saw a pitch thrown in this game. Curtis Granderson, who's had a big day at bat and in the field, will lead things off in the bottom of the 9th. Granderson a double, a 3-run homer, an intentional walk, a couple of great catches in the field. Padres put on the shift, and Kimbrel is ready to go. And Granderson takes outside for ball 1. 2 hour and 52 minute second rain delay to go with the 44-minute first rain delay, both contained within the 9th inning. 1-0 to Granderson with Tejada and Murphy to follow. And Kimbrel fires a fastball outside. And the few hundred on hand cheer wildly. It's a 2-0 count.
Got to take a pitch here, right? Maybe not. 8-7. One of the few home run threats for the Mets.
There's a strike at 97 miles an hour. Granderson's home run today was his 16th of the year, and his first that came with 2 men on base. It came in the 5th inning and put the Mets up 4-0 at the time. They would build a 7-1 lead before the Padres came back with 2 big swings of the bat. And Granderson thinking about a bunt with that left side open, but he takes the fastball for a strike.
That's a shame because the ball was right down the middle and he had it wide open.
Now the Padres shift Solarte to the right side, but Amarista alone on the left side. Kimbrel's given up 3 home runs this season. 2-2 to Granderson, and he drives one to deep center field, but playable for Melvin Upton, and he makes the catch. Well, sounded good off the bat, didn't go very far. That's the first out in the bottom of the 9th.
I don't know if it's the humid air, but you're right. I thought that was going to be a double in the gap, and it just sat down for Upton in center field.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Ruben Tejada. Ruben singled in a run in the 6th inning. That was the last base hit that the Mets garnered. 1 for 4 on the day. Only twice in their history have the Mets ever lost a game at home in which they blew a 6-run lead. It's happened twice. The last time it happened was in 1970. And here we are 45 years later, and the Mets trying to avoid the same fate. And Tejada takes it wide for ball 1. No messing around from Kimbrel, throwing all fastballs.
97 and 98 miles an hour.
Tejada 1 for 7 against Kimbrel. Daniel Murphy on deck. And Ruben goes after that outside fastball, 1-1.
No chance to hit this pitch. Perfect on that outside part.
And now Kimbrel up in the count, 1-2.
Kimbrel with that familiar, like he's a hawk swooping down on its prey stance that he has as he's taking the sign. There's Carlos Torres in the bullpen.
Hoping there's a 10th inning to pitch.
Murph on deck.
Mets need to get somebody on to get Duda to the plate in this 9th inning. 1-2 to Tejada, and the curveball inside. 2-2. Like a condor.
There you go.
2-2 coming. And he wastes away the curve. Tejada putting together productive at bat after productive at bat. Looking the best he's looked at the plate in years. And trying somehow to get on base against Kimbrel and give the Mets a chance. 8-7 San Diego, bottom of the ninth. 2-2. Struck him out with the fastball. 2 men down.
Well, just threw it right by him. After 2 breaking balls up and in, right by him. With the way Duda's been hitting, somehow, some way, Murph's got to get on base. Give Duda a chance.
So the Mets are down to their final out of the afternoon and early evening. Murphy's had a good day at the plate. Single, double, sacrifice fly, 2 for 3. Two out and nobody on. Duda on deck. And Murphy takes it wide for ball 1. One to the left center. Melvin Upton ranging over, and that'll do it. Kimbrel pitches a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. The Mets blow a 6-run lead at home for the first time in 45 years and distressingly lose the rubber game of the 3-game series to the Padres 6.5 hours after it started, as San Diego, on the strength of Justin Upton's 3-run homer in the top of the ninth, win it 8-7.
What a comeback for the Padres, who are down to their last out and last 2 strikes for Pat Murphy's crew. Jonathan Neese was outstanding, left after 6 innings and only 87 pitches. Parnell came on and put on a few base runners, and then Robles gave up the grand slam to the catcher Norris, who had 5 hits in the game, including that grand slam, and that was enough for the Padres to come back.
Happy flight for the Padres, who are heading to Miami after this long afternoon. Craig Kimbrel picks up his 30th save after a rain delay of nearly 3 hours in the ninth inning, as the Mets stunningly fall to the Padres 8-7. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Good Humor, proud partner of the New York Mets. By DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the New York Mets. By Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. And by Land Rover, above and beyond. Final score this afternoon, the Padres 8, the Mets 7. Mets fall 3 games in back of the Nationals, whom they will host tomorrow night in the opener of a 3-game series. Matt Harvey goes for the Mets, Gio Gonzalez for the Nats. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. Now for Ron Darling, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason postgame live. Let's rejoin Gary Apple and Nelson Figueroa.